they're going to strike on India in any capacity, they will be breaking international law, because the Prime Minister was extremely measured.
Well, that's typical Narendra Modi style. You know, Rahul, in the past also, when he's spoken about China, he has never named China. He's never named Pakistan in any of his, comments as well. In fact, last night when he was speaking at a private channel summit, even then he said, हमारा पानी किसी और देश में जाता था, अब हमारा पानी सिर्फ हमारे देश में रहेगा और हमारे लोगों के लिए रहेगा. He has chosen not to name these enemy nations at all. And I don't remember, in the distinct memory that I have covered his government for the last decade plus, has he ever named any nation, which also includes the likes of China. It's a typical Narendra Modi style of telling people where they really belong, to give them the kind of respect that in terms of where they really belong. That's been Modi's trademark style, if I'm not wrong.
But are we expecting any of the netas to come before the CCS? Any reaction, any movement at the PMO right now at 7 LKM?
Well, it's lesser than 7 o'clock right now. No movement as such that we can witness over outside the local and marked residence. But the whole of government will be here at 11 o'clock, Anand.
Right.
All the cabinet ministers will be here as well. The CCS leaders will be there. We have to just wait and see.
Right.
If the service chiefs are called to the CCS meeting to brief the Prime Minister in person. Those visuals are going to be extremely significant. Those are going to be extremely important. Those are going to be extremely satisfactory for the people of the country to see what our service chiefs have really been able to achieve, what our forces have been able to achieve.
And very important, Anand, there is a PIB fact check that has been put out.
That has already been.
If I can just hold this up to the camera, and it says the claim that Indian brigade headquarters have been attacked by Pakistan is a complete fake news. So a large number of Pakistani handles have been putting out this kind of rot since the morning. In fact, since about 2 in the morning, they've been talking about how an Indian aircraft was downed, a fighter aircraft. It turned out to be some very old incident. And there have been other claims by Pakistan about attacks in Srinagar, etc., etc. All of this is fake news. Yeah. So please make sure, and I'm appealing to all our fellow Indian citizens, our patriotic Indians, please make sure that you don't fall to this Pakistani propaganda. This is absolute Pakistani propaganda, unmitigated propaganda.
We should have more of this, because there are three pieces of fake news that have already been called out. One is that Pakistan is claiming 15 locations hit inside Bharat by missiles as retaliatory strikes by Pakistan. It's fake news. A Rafale jet or 2 Rafales were brought down, again fake news. Srinagar Air Base has been struck, again fake news. And right now, like the PIB has also confirmed this, brigade headquarters of the Indian Army again destroyed or attacked or bombed by the Pakistani forces, again fake news.
In fact, the news was spread by Pakistan Information Minister Ataullah Tarar.
They are actually masters at misinformation. So
disinformation, actually.
Disinformation.
It's not just misinformation. Yeah.
Disinformation. Let's just quickly go to Akash. Akash, the Raksha Mantri has spoken with the 3 service chiefs.
Yes, Anand, we are learning that 3 service chiefs have briefed Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh about the operation as to how it was conducted and, what was the kind of success that they have received. In fact, Raksha Mantri Singh was briefed about the sort of platforms, in fact, all of what was used. And in fact, the assessment that they are going to come up with at 10 a.m. today in the press conference, Raksha Mantri has been briefed about it. And also, Anand, as far as, you were discussing about the brigade headquarters. Yeah. I have checked all the brigade headquarters and, I have got several inputs, credible inputs. None of the brigade headquarters has been attacked by Pakistan, and it is confirmed all the structures of Indian Army are safe. All the structures of Indian Air Force here in Jammu and Kashmir are safe, Anand.
Right. So no military establishments, installments have been affected or touched by the Pakistani military or the Pakistani forces, nor have anything material been done, damaged been done to any of our resources or arsenal. So clearly all fake news, fake propaganda in perhaps a certain level of retaliation because they were caught napping. Aman Sharma now joining us with how it was the Pakistanis were caught napping with Operation Sindoor. Many would have thought कि mock drills आज हो रहा है तो 7 तारीख की रात या 8 तारीख को कुछ करेंगे, and it all happened on 6 तारीख की रात and 7th morning, and that's where the Pakistanis got caught unawares, Aman. And the significance of this operation being called Operation Sindoor and it being approved at the highest level.
Absolutely, Anand. The Pakistanis have been completely blindsided, and this again speaks of the Modi-led government acting with complete precision, stealth, and the element of surprise. This whole announcement about the mock drill which was to happen today. It came, yesterday, in fact, the day before night, and entire media was full of mock drill stories, yesterday. And it seems that Pakistan also assumed that India is preparing for this mock drill, which will happen today, and the strike will only happen later. One of their ambassadors, in fact, former ambassador Abdul Basit, had tweeted that maybe this will happen after the Russia Victory Day parade. India surprising everybody. And now it's very, very clear that India had always planned today morning to be the time, because PM Modi had given the operational freedom to all the three forces. And when the three chiefs had met the PM separately last week, we are told now by reliable sources that the options were already put on the table, that how these strikes are going to be done. So completely blindsiding Pakistan. The defenses were low. It was casual. It thought India is going to come only after 2-3 days, but no, India has struck when it wanted to strike. Also, this information that we're getting, that Operation Sindoor, this particular name was approved at the top level. There is a lot of emotional, messaging also behind this name, because the Prime Minister and the other senior ministers in the government were very, very clear that this was a deliberate, targeted attack. The women victims who were left, unharmed in a way, but they were told that, go and tell Modi. It was a thing that, Sindoor of Hindu women had been wiped off by this terrorist, by specifically targeting the men, the husbands, the fathers. This is what India, and that's why the code name of the operation was named like that. There was a message behind that as well, Anand. But India taking Pakistan completely by surprise, and some voices in Pakistan, Anand, are now asking the Pakistan government that how could this happen, and how could this strike happen? What were our defenses doing? Pakistan had made tall claims of mobilizing forces on its borders in the last 10 days. But when the strike ultimately happened, India has acted with complete stealth and caught Pakistan completely unawares. Anand.
Important points that you're making, and I appreciate the facts that you are putting out here, because yes, there is a deep symbolism behind the name of the Operation Sindoor. But I just wanted to ask you, because we've just had statements come out of Ajay Rai, a person who was taunting, Congress leader who was taunting our forces for not doing very much, and the Modi government also for sort of sitting on their hands. That's what he implied. Now he's come out to say, I congratulate the Modi government, I congratulate our forces, etc., etc. How many of the opposition leaders have actually spoken up? Because they were bitter critics of the Prime Minister, even putting out posters like Gab. I don't want to make this political, but it's an interesting thing that I wanted to understand from you, since you follow.
Like on the face movement, it is Ajay Rai's moment. Just 2 days back, he was mocking our Air Force, mocking our Rafale jets, saying that there is still Nimbu Mirchi on those jets, and when are we going to use them against Pakistan? Well, Mr. Modi has shown, such operations, Rahul, are tactical operations, as I said, with stealth and the element of surprise. Sometimes the planning takes time. After Uri, we had acted within 11 days. After Pulwama, we acted on Balakot within 12 days. Now we've stuck within 14 days. So within a fortnight, this big strike has happened. And we have to also understand that the nature of the strike, the scale of the strike, is much, much larger than Uri and Balakot.
Yeah.
You look at how multiple 9 targets, the headquarters of Jaish and LET being targeted. Imagine, had anybody thought that such a big strike can be carried out in Balakot? We had only bombed one camp of Jaish. Still there was a massive casualty there, but now you're actually
my mind goes back to Chandrababu Naidu's statement. If you remember, just a few days back, when the Prime Minister went south, and he said, I saw the pain in the Prime Minister's eyes. And you have been mentioning that the Prime Minister was monitoring this all night, this operation. Perhaps has not slept. It was a very long day for him, wasn't it, yesterday, in any case?
Yes, absolutely, Rahul. In fact, Prime Minister had a series of meetings yesterday also. That's what I'm told. He was at a media event till about 10 in the night yesterday. And, after that, shortly after midnight, we see this operation happening. I think the Prime Minister, was very clearly monitoring this operation, and he was tracking every part of Pahalgam since day one. From the point he was in Jeddah, when this operation happened, he immediately called up Home Minister Amit Shah to rush to
Aman, I have to interrupt you there, because it's also deja vu. 2019 Rising Bharat and Balakot happens, and again it was a private media event that Prime Minister addressed, and the night then Pakistan was punished. Aishanya Dwivedi is with us. Aishanya ji, namaste. ऑपरेशन सिंदूर पर आप क्या कहेंगी? 9 टारगेट्स पाकिस्तान के अंदर जो टेरर हब्स हैं उसको ध्वस्त किया है भारतीय सेना ने।
सर, मैंने ये न्यूज जब से देखी है, मैं तब से यही बोल रही हूँ कि आज मोदी जी ने और जितने भी लोग इस ऑपरेशन में इन्वॉल्व हैं, हमारी आर्म फोर्सेस ने आज कहीं ना कहीं उन 26 लोगों की फैमिलीज को दिखा दिया है कि हम आपका बदला पर्सनल लेवल पे हम आपके लिए खड़े होके बदला लेके वापस आए।
इसको ऑपरेशन सिंदूर नाम दिया गया है शन्या जी।
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर नाम देके ना उन्होंने कहीं ना कहीं बहुत पर्सनल लेवल पे हमें टच किया है कि हाँ आपका
everyone is saying that
सिंदूर गया
we-
था और हम जितनी 26 औरतें हैं उन सबका सिंदूर नाम देके उन्होंने यही प्रूव किया है कि दिस इज वेरी पर्सनल एंड हम एक एक लोगों की डेथ पर्सनल लेवल पे लेके पर्सनल तरीके से लेके उन पर अटैक करेंगे।
आपके मन में थोड़ा सा इम्पेशंस या डाउट था कि इतना समय क्यों ले रहे हैं, कब जवाब देंगे, कब बदला लेंगे, या फिर आप वेट कर रही थी कि जब होगा तब होगा, पर होगा जरूर?
आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही है।
मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ ऐश्वर्या जी, क्या आप थोड़ा व्याकुल हो रही थी कि बदला प्रॉमिस किया था, कब करेंगे, ये ऑपरेशन कब होगा, या फिर आपको भरोसा था कि इट इज गोइंग टू हैपन?
Can you repeat the question? I cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now, Aishwarya ji? Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you.
Did you have any doubts about retribution, बदला, और या ये ऑपरेशन, या आप थोड़ा सा व्याकुल हो रही थी, were you getting impatient कि क्यों कुछ नहीं कर रही है सरकार?
तो मैंने ये कई बार इंटरव्यू में बोला था कि मुझे विश्वास है कि कुछ तो होगा, मुझे विश्वास है कि कुछ तो करेंगे। वो शायद मैं इम्पेशेंट अगर थोड़ी बहुत हो रही थी वो इस रीजन से क्योंकि मुझे डायरेक्टली ऑब्वियसली इतना बड़ा ऑपरेशन है वो मुझे क्यों बताएंगे, और मुझे इस चीज का इल्म नहीं था कि ये 14 दिन में 15 दिन में ये ऑपरेशन होगा, ऐसा कुछ होगा, तो इसलिए थोड़ा बहुत इम्पेशेंट हम सब हो रहे थे। और मोदी जी ने सबको शांत कर दिया है, हम सबको उन्होंने दिखा दिया है कि हम एक एक का बदला लेके दिखाया है उन्होंने। I'm really thankful to him. I'm really thankful to all the armed forces.
What the loss that you have suffered, the family has suffered, can never be replaced. But somewhere, do you feel there is some solace?
I think she's. I think the line has gone.
Well, I'm just going to check if she's still there. But I think that sentiment, Zaka, that's coming from all the families is that calling it Operation Sindoor, the Prime Minister, the government, the forces have made it personal. They've said, when you've lost someone, it's as good as us losing someone and we losing someone, and that's how we're going to seek retribution.
I think
somewhere that
significant,
messaging very clear. Very
Let's
strong.
also play out the map, and this is the first picture that we're getting of the damage. This was in the early morning hours, about 3 a.m. or so. This is in Bahawalpur, is what I've been told. So the biggest hit, the two hits that have happened in one location, that's in Bahawalpur, which of course is the seminary and the big headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, Masood Azhar and gang, as it were. And then the second big hit was in Muridke, the Markaz-e-Taiba, which is the big seminary of the Lashkar-e-Taiba. So these are the two terrorist organizations. And of course, there is the Hizbul Mujahideen's seminary that's been attacked as well. So the three terror organizations that have wreaked havoc here in India for the last 20, 30 years, their headquarters, their fountainhead has been hit. But at the same time, and I want to keep going back to this,
right,
India has put out a very responsible statement, whether it's the ADGPR, whether it is the Ministry of Defense spokesperson, that look, India is not escalating this. No military targets have been hit. And the idea was that this is avenging what happened in Pahalgam. Now, if Pakistan so chooses to respond, then of course, India will also be forced to go up the escalation ladder. But here are the moving pieces that are happening now. In case you're just joining us at 7 a.m., 4 minutes past 7 a.m. on the 7th of May this morning, this Wednesday morning, India has carried out Operation Sindoor at 9 different locations in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, as well as in Pakistani Punjab. 2 major headquarters, one in Bahawalpur, that of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, and 2 in Muridke, the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Taiba. Both have been pummeled to the ground. And India has clearly said that it's non-escalatory in nature, the LOC has not been crossed, and most importantly, this was in response to what happened in Pahalgam. Let's go across to some more.
We got more news coming through as far as Pakistan is concerned. Some details that are coming out on Operation Sindoor. Pakistan has grounded all its aircraft after Operation Sindoor. After Operation Sindoor, Pakistan seems to be in complete panic and disarray. They are having closed-door meetings on what they should do. But right now, they have grounded all their aircraft. There are no aircraft that are in the air as far as the Pakistanis are concerned. Punjab is actually, the Pak province of Punjab is on a blackout. There is a communications blackout altogether. There is no information coming through. Only pictures of Muridke and Bahawalpur are out. The rest of the 7-8 targets that have also been struck by the Bharatiya Armed Forces There is no information that's coming through at all except for claims. And
what this
that-
also means,
yeah.
if they're grounding their aircraft, it also means that if any retaliation happens, it's not going to be via air, at least not in the immediate term. Akash is there with us. So Akash, what's the import of this breaking news that we're running? That Pakistan, in the aftermath of Operation Sindoor, has grounded all its fighter jets. We know at the same time there is stepped up activity, ceasefire violations along the LOC. There is now heavy machine gun fire. There is artillery fire that is happening. So for the moment, the risk of any retaliatory airstrikes, are we ruling that out, at least for the moment? Akash, what's your reading?
Right. So, Zaka, initially we were learning that they had scrambled their fighter jets, after the strike. And in fact, there were some sort of claims that were coming from Pakistan. But Manoj Gupta is now suggesting that they have grounded all their aircraft. In fact, after the sort of, developments where there were claims that they have downed several aircraft of India. Now, it is possible that they want to send a message that they are not going to escalate it further because they are now back in their bases
or is it a smoke screen? Is it a smoke screen? Is it a
So
smoke screen? Are the Indian
Yes.
authorities, are the Indian forces going to lower their guard because Pakistan has grounded its aircraft, or will they look at it as a smoke screen? Because that's a big possibility.
No, of course not, Anand. Of course not. We are not going to lower our guard because of the fact that air defense system is always active. We have got S-400 very much active, catering to the western borders and also the northern borders. And as far as the Indian forces are concerned, so, before the operation, in fact, it was planned that after operation, how they are going to deal with the situation. So, of course, not they are not going to, let their preparations go in vain. And of course, they are waiting for some sort of action that Pakistan may take now. But yes, they have grounded their aircraft, especially after scrambling their jets and after claiming that they have downed several fighter aircraft of Indian Air Force.
Well, all news,
Right.
of course, coming from Pakistan and being put out by Pakistani sources. We need to add caveats here because
I
who knows?
Frankly,
who knows what they're trying to quote and pitch?
frankly, would not want
Yeah.
to believe a single word coming out even from the
Absolutely.
Pakistan official medium or
Yeah.
from their media, because it's all last. A lot of it is bluster, and the other part is all blatant lies. Let's just go across to Anshul joining us from right outside Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh's residence. The Raksha Mantri has spoken to the 3 service chiefs. Is he still at his residence? What's going to happen next in the next 1 or 2 hours? What is scheduled? And will he be there in that press briefing? Is it expected?
So it is unlikely at this point in time that Rajnath Singh himself will be a part of that press briefing. But I'll just move out of the frame and try and show you the visuals over here. There is absolute calm outside the residence of Rajnath Singh at this point in time. He has spoken to all the three heads of our armed forces, and in fact has congratulated them on this successful operation. In fact, the first tweet that came in from Rajnath Singh, in which Operation Sindoor was mentioned, he said Jai Hind, and this one Jai Hind was something that the entire country was waiting for. So definitely in the next few hours we can expect that Rajnath Singh would leave from here and then eventually could go ahead and carry on with his meetings, but he will not be a part of the press conference that will happen. And that will happen around 10
There is
10
a
a.m., but
CCS
yes,
plan.
Rajnath
General
Singh is
Pannu,
definitely
General
in touch.
Shukla are joining us. But Zaka, when the netas in the previous, in the build-up, last 12 to 14 days, when the leaders of the country, including the Prime Minister, the Raksha Mantri, were saying that the way you want retribution, we will get it for you.
Yeah.
It was not just to calm the nerves or to calm down, temper down the expectations. They actually were playing the bluff right out in the open.
No, and I want to go back to what the Prime Minister said in Bihar. He said 2 things. We will pursue them to the ends of the earth. And he said there will be unimaginable consequences. I don't think...
Punishment.
Yeah, unimaginable punishment. For what they carried out. The fact that 9 different locations have been hit simultaneously, it'll go down in the annals of military history as a huge, not just a success, but there will be, people will now start talking about pre-Operation Sindoor and post-Operation Sindoor. We've not undertaken this kind of precision strikes from this side of the LOC at 9 different locations.
This is a very important point that Zaka has made, because I'll tell you one thing. Pakistan is a nuclear weapons power. So there's a threshold. You see, every time the Pakistani establishment has turned around and said, hey, don't you dare, we're a nuclear weapon power. This will go down also as a textbook example, a template globally of how to actually second guess, outflank, outsmart a nuclear weapon power. So all global militaries, especially the top ones, America, Russia. This is not insignificant. This is not Israel going into, the Gaza Strip and taking on Hamas, or even taking on, the Iranians. This is a massive strike against a nuclear power that is quite high up in the echelon.
Agree, but
of military
but
professionalism,
Pakistan's
so to
nuclear
speak,
bluster
and capacity.
has already been called out, not just with
No, that's
Balakot,
true,
but many nations today, and in a position where Pakistan is, if it even touches or moves, takes 3 steps towards that nuclear button, it may be called a rogue state, etc. There is the world around which is going to smother it. The world around is going to turn out against it. It needs at least 1 or 2 people in its corner. The Chinese and the Turks will not be in their corner at all.
No, but the Cold War was between nuclear powers, right, fighting proxy battles.
But he makes a fantastic point, Zaka, that Operation Sindoor, pre-Operation Sindoor, post-Operation Sindoor, the Indian armed forces and Bharat's whole of government approach, there will be a different outlook altogether. The worldview will perhaps change, General Panu.
Yes, the way we have taken action against Pakistan, it is in response to a terror attack which came with much announcement and forewarning by the Pakistan Army Chief. The Pakistan Army Chief has been the DG ISI, of course, who was sacked after Balakot. He has also been the DG MI. He was also trained in a madrasa in his initial days in schooling. His father was an imam in a mosque. So during the time when Islamization of Pakistan was happening, during General Ziaul-Haq's tenure, he is the one who got recruited under that scheme that you must get some radicals into the Pakistan army. Now he's risen to the point that he's become the chief. Now, over a period of time, if you've been hearing the statements from various ministers and generals, that they have always maintained that terrorists are a strategic asset of Pakistan. Over a period of time, it is not only that they have stated, they have also proved that they are the global hub of terrorism. They were also involved in the bombing of World Trade Center. If you really ask me, 9/11, it is the ISI's funding which had caused concern in USA. And it is on 2nd of May 2001 that we saw in, 2nd of May 2011, that we saw in Abbottabad, the Americans went and killed the global terrorist who was being harbored by Pakistan. So many times Pakistan has been proven as a rogue state, as a terrorist state. Now the next escalation happens is that they go in for a big psychological disinformation campaign by the ISPR. And the third thing is that they will start separating about the nuclear weapon. The Indian nuclear doctrine says that no first use, but it does not mean that India is not prepared for a nuclear strike. No nation ever strikes the way India has done now without preparing for war. While we are saying that there would be no escalation, we are saying that we have not hit any military cantonment or installation. These are only terrorist camps. But it does not mean that India is not prepared fully for all the escalations in one go.
In fact, General Saab, there is talk that this particular military operation, you also had the downing of a Pakistani JF-17. Now, in what scenario could this have taken place, if at all true? This is what we're learning. Unofficially, all of this will be confirmed.
I think we should caveat
so
that.
We should wait till if it is indeed true, under what circumstance would that have happened?
See, the point is that, again, going back to the Pehlgam episode, before that, the Pakistan army has been preparing, and they actually wanted this kind of a scenario where Pakistan army, which was actually being attacked over a period of time. Even I'm told that Imran Khan has been attacked inside the jail. Imran Khan was the only politician who had challenged the army. The supporters of Imran Khan and largely population of Pakistan has been so fed up of the army that they started attacking the military cantonments. They also, while Pakistan can keep talking about their own internal problems of terrorism and all that, but Pakistan Awam is absolutely fed up of the Pakistan military. So only to save himself from the wrath of the politicians who are in jail and their supporters who are outside, and prevent them from attacking the military cantonments, the military had to declare an emergency like this. How would the Pakistan Army chief prevent or protect his own self, because he is going to retire very soon? And I think this is what he wanted, that he would now escalate. If you really go back to Kargil War happened when Nawaz Sharif had no idea what was going on. So today it is again the same party, Nawaz Sharif and Shahbaz Sharif.
Yeah.
And they had no idea what is going on.
No, they have no idea, or even if they have an idea, they have parrots of the Pakistan Army.
But you would also admit that they are deliberately trying to cover up the damage that's been inflicted upon them, because they have put out a total blackout in the Pak province of Punjab, and also there is very little information that's being allowed out of POK and POJK. Now we have to wait and see, because the damage inflicted is severe. Brigadier Datta, would you concur with Zaka that post Operation Sindoor, the worldview about Bharat's capability and its entire political position itself will change, because we now have said not only are we capable, but we also have the political will to go ahead deep inside enemy territory and destroy terror bases and terror camps, and we'll call out bluff from the enemy and bluster from the enemy.
Yeah, Anand, I would like to compliment you for the kind of reporting which is being done. And secondly, yes, the very important and the underlying statement which you made is that the political will. India has really gone about in a very systematic and a very, in a 360-degree manner while tackling this terror attack. Initially we garnered the international support, then we struck some economic sanctions, and now it is a kinetic operation which has been, these strikes which have been, heavily inflicted on Pakistan. If you see that the kind of free hand which has been given to the army, and I wish it continues, because the real impact is when you strike back within 24 hours. The moment the TRF had taken the responsibility, we should have retaliated. Because having served in that area, I know there are so many other places like Bagh, Domel, Chakoti, and various other camps which are there. The markers, the centers which have been attacked, like markers like Taiba, markers Subhanallah, which can train about 600 cadres in Bahawalpur, LET markers. So this is really a death blow to the terrorism in Pakistan. It is also a tight slap on the Pakistan Army that you have been sponsoring this. And General Parvez Musharraf used to always say that ye hamare jabaz hain. It is there on the YouTube. He has been always considered them. Yeah,
look at the number of markazes or centers that have been targeted. Out of the 9 targets, 7 of them are markazes or centers. There is Markaz Subhanallah, Markaz Taiba and Murid ke Markaz Subhanallah, Bahawalpur Jaish, Murid ke Lashkar. Then Markaz Ahle Hadith in Bhimbar, Barnala. There is Markaz Abbas in Kotli, Markaz Rail Shahid in Kotli, and there is Markaz Sayyidna Bilal in Muzaffarabad. So out of the 9 targets, 7 of them are markazes or centers of big centers of
training or training grounds for breeding these terrorists.
Each I also has more than 600 to 700 capacity.
Yeah, to Payal Mehta, who's joining us from 7LKM, and Pallavi Ghosh is joining us from the National Media Center, where there will be a joint briefing, I'm told, Pallavi, of both officials from the Defense Forces as well as officials from the Ministry of External Affairs. Do we know who these people are going to be who will brief and give us an idea of the contours of Operation Sindoor?
Well, yes, absolutely. But most importantly, something which the PIB and the government sources are telling us very categorically is that please just go by the official version. There's going to be a lot of fake news which is going to be peddled by Pakistan, and lots of PIB fact-check units have now been activated consistently that all the real news goes out. So that's the most important thing. And I think the focus of the Operation Sindoor press conference is going to be precisely that. What we are being told, of course, is that both the Army and the Air Force chiefs are actually going to be there at the press conference, awaiting that final official word right over here at the National Media Center. 10 a.m. is where all the nitty-gritty and details. The reason why it's been kept at 10 a.m. also, what we have been told, Saka, and the reason is that these are security concerns. These are security details. We also wanted to ensure that all those involved in Operation Sindoor are back to base safely and there is no casualty at all. That is exactly what government sources have been telling us consistently. So So at 10 a.m. when the press conference begins right over here at the NMC, all the details are going to be given about the planning which went behind it, but none of this is going to compromise our security concerns. But apart from that, how the Operation Sindoor was worked out, but most importantly, the kind of fake news which Pakistan is now going to be peddling and already has been peddling will be busted very, very categorically.
The,
In fact,
only
I
the
just want to
official
bring
sources.
our
Yeah.
viewers some information. Pakistan's defense minister, Khwaja Asif, has rolled back from his earlier statement. He had come out and claimed that Indian soldiers were taken prisoners of war. And he had said this, and it was widely quoted, and established nice come out and said none have been captured or taken prisoners. And he said this, he clarified this to Ari News. The defense minister of Pakistan has been fact-checked live on Sky News by the Sky News anchor. So a lot of that is happening.
So I'm just saying, I think collectively, it's only fair that we don't try and give too much of, consideration to what the Pakistani media and the Pakistanis are claiming, because a lot of it will be bluster and braggadocio. So I don't think we should focus. We should focus on what Bharat is saying, what the official word is, and what confirmations we are getting at our end, and that's what we are going to responsibly try and put out here on the network and on the channel. Payal Mehta is also with us. Payal, what's the latest that you're hearing? This briefing, is it going to be the MEA plus the forces, and also are the fact-checking wings of the government going to be now on overdrive, given what's being disseminated on social media? There's a lot of fake news doing the rounds.
Well, of course, the whole idea is to make sure that no fake news trickles in, because, even yesterday when India was preparing to do the mock drills, all kind of fake news was circulating, whether India would go into war or not. That is something which India certainly doesn't want. It wants to educate its people. And therefore, all wings of the government are active currently. The fake news department has been working. The anti-fake news department has been working from the wee hours of the morning. They've been pressed into service. In fact, Information and Broadcasting Minister Ashwini Vaishnav is monitoring all the details himself, is also what we are given to understand. And of course, like I said, all attention will soon shift to the 10 a.m. press conference. We will officially not just tell Indians, but we will tell the world what our forces have been able to do, what have we achieved, what was the target. And, like it was reported by government sources early in the morning, Anand, that, 9 out of 9 targets have been successful. So all the details will come out as well. There is nobody whatsoever, even if you're an opposition leader right now, even an Assaduddin Owaisi believes that the Indian forces have been able to do what they've really done. So, of course, it's time for us to not just tell India, but tell the world what exactly the details really are.
I think the Department of State has also put out an official tweet now. This is part of their official communication. Earlier this afternoon, which is the middle of the night for us, Secretary Rubio, who happens to be both Secretary of State as well as the acting National Security Advisor of the United States, he has spoken to the National Security Advisors of both India and Pakistan, Mr. Doval and General Malik. He's urged both to keep the lines of communication open and to avoid escalation. So all of this will be pressure that will be brought to bear on Pakistan, not to retaliate, not to escalate.
And right now, their aircrafts are all in their hangars, and they're all being kept on ground. They've been grounded for now. I'm just going to read out some comments. India's commitment to eliminating all sources of terrorism in Pakistan and POK is necessarily to be uncompromising and always be anchored in supreme national interest. This is a time for unity and solidarity. Right from the night of the 22nd of April, the Indian National Congress has been categorically stating that the government will have our fullest support in the nation's response to the Pahlegam terror attack. The INC is standing firmly with our armed forces. So that's the official position of the Congress party. There is also, I welcome the targeted strikes by our defense forces on terrorist hideouts in Pakistan. The Pakistani deep state should be taught a lesson that it never takes another step again. Pakistan's terror infrastructure should be destroyed. Jai Hind and hashtag Operation Sindoor. This is Assaduddin Owaisi. And now we are given to understand that the Shiv Sena has also congratulated. They have also come out. They have said that this is the NDA. This is the Shiv Sena coming through. AICC is going to do a press conference at 9 a.m. But more importantly, I think it's a whole of Bharat approach in terms of saluting the armed forces for what they've been able to effect on the intervening night of 6th and 7th of May. Meanwhile, Asawari Jagdale has hailed the Prime Minister for naming the Operation Sindoor.
आसावरी जी, आपकी पहली प्रतिक्रिया ऑपरेशन सिंदूर आपने देखा है, भारत ने पाकिस्तान को पूरी तरह से नेस्तनाबूद कर दिया है 9 जगह पर एयर स्ट्राइक करके।
मुझे लगता है ये भारत सरकार ने जो लोग वीर मरण जिन लोगों को वीर मरण प्राप्त हुआ 22 अप्रैल को, उन लोगों के लिए ये आज श्रद्धांजलि के रूप में मुझे लगता है समर्पित किया गया है ये आज का एयर स्ट्राइक। और मुझे लगता है कि जैसे मैंने पहले भी बोला था कि टेररिज्म को आप फ्रॉम द बॉटम खत्म कर दो, पूरी तरह से खत्म कर दो, जहां से वो शुरुआत होती है वही खत्म कर दो। मुझे लगता है शायद ये एयर स्ट्राइक उसी का जवाब।
हम नाम पहली बार जब आपने सुना इस ऑपरेशन का, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर, जब आपको ये पता चला, क्या पहली रिएक्शन थी आपकी? और ये नाम कितना एप्ट लगता है आपको, कितना सही लगता है इस ऑपरेशन के लिए? काफी सोच समझ कर ये नाम दिया गया है। और
मुझे लगता है नाम बहुत सही है। जब हमने ऑपरेशन का नाम सिंदूर है और वो पूरा देखा, तो उसमें हमने देखा कि वो लाल रंग के इससे वो लिखा गया है। और सिंदूर इसलिए ही लिखा गया है कि जितने भी स्त्रियां वहां पे थी उस दिन, उन सबके पतियों को मारा था। क्योंकि हम लोग भारत की बहनें हैं, ऐसा वो कहते, तो जिन भी औरतों के पतियों को मारा, उनके लिए ही शायद वो नाम रखा गया था कि तुम लोगों ने इन लोगों के सिंदूर ले लिए, वो औरतों के, हमारे औरतों के, तो हम उससे ही वही नाम लेके तुम लोगों को मारेंगे।
I think that significance of the name Operation Sindoor is not lost on anyone, not least on the victims, the daughters, the wives, the sisters who ended up losing their male family members, who were singled out, identified by religion, and then shot dead at point blank range. I also want to go across back to our reporters. Payal and Pallavi are joining us from 7LKM. Payal is there, and from the National Media Center, Pallavi is there. One good thing we've also seen is a degree of political unity, Pallavi. The Congress has put out a statement welcoming the strike. I believe Mr. Owaisi has also put out something similar. Most opposition parties also seem to be on the same page that we are with the government in this hour and our full political support with the action that the government has chosen to take.
Well, Zaka, I guess today is not the day to talk about all those multiple occasions on which Congress leaders have not saying one thing and doing completely different. But yes, today I think that message needs to go out not just to Pakistan, but to the world, that they may have the political differences ideologically, but at the same page, on the same page. At 9 a.m., Pawan Khera is going to give the first official reaction coming in from the Congress party. But you just have to scroll through the social media to see that almost every political party, and I would say all of them, have really been supporting the government on this. But to talk from the point of view of the government also, Zaka, I think they have been going step by step, from holding up all-party meeting in which the voice was put forward by the defense minister himself, and consistently the prime minister's office, the prime minister himself, and all the senior leaders. In fact, what we picked up yesterday also was that the prime minister, the defense minister were the only ones who are being authorized to make any kind of comment as far as the Indo-Pak issue is concerned. So no off-the-cuff remarks, nothing out of line. That was something which the BJP and the government was very categorical about. Look at the first big press conference which we are going to be looking at today at 10 a.m. It's not coming in from anyone from the government. It is coming at the National Media Center, but it is going to come in from the representatives of the Air Force and the Army. So giving the credit to the Army is the first big, our armed forces is the first big step which the government wants to send out a message. The Prime Minister, after the closed-door meeting, had made it very clear that the scale, the timing will be left to our armed forces because they know the best. So I think all those nitty-gritty, all those details will be put out at the 10 a.m. press conference. And today, of course, I think we are going to also put forward this whole issue about that entire country being one and the entire political class also being one. So this is a messaging which goes to the world, to Pakistan, that we are a vibrant democracy, and over here all stakeholders, all political stakeholders cutting across party lines have been taken on board by the government at every step. Of course, there are security details, there are security concerns which are never shared publicly beyond 2 or 3 of those people. Apart from keeping those factors in mind, by and large, I think the government has shared all the information, and also the political parties today will be defending the government.
All right. Now the question is how to manage the fallout. The fallout of the military operation, whether there will be a military retaliation by Pakistan. How do you manage that? Number one. Number two, the diplomatic fallout. It's not just the United States, but also the Indian External Affairs Ministry officials have spoken to their counterparts in Saudi Arabia and UAE, and I think that is extremely important. These are very, very important Islamic countries, influential members in the Gulf region, have influence and leverage over Pakistan as well. So representatives of Saudi Arabia and UAE have been spoken to. I believe they've also spoken to the UK authorities, as well as the important sort of diplomatic power capitals in the world, which have some degree of influence on Islamabad. I think the idea right now, even from India's point of view, and it's very clear in the army statement, that India does not seek any further escalation, that India is not wanting to take this into the military realm. Whatever has been hit, and Anand will walk us through the various markazes and the various terror infrastructures and the launch pads that have been hit in these 9 different locations. The Indian authorities, the government and the political establishment and the military establishment are really drawing a line in the sand, saying this has nothing to do with the Pakistani state, nothing to do with the Pakistani army. These are purely out and out terror establishments, and they're hitting those terror establishments.
Targets, and allow me to please get back up and take our viewers through this. Let's talk about one of the biggest targets. The biggest targets for us has been Bahawalpur. So Bahawalpur is the JEM's HQ. So this is the JEM HQ, and what has been targeted here is the Markaz Subhanallah. So Markaz Subhanallah, what is the Markaz Subhanallah? Let's try and understand that in detail. Markaz Subhanallah is spread over an acreage of about 15 acres. This is the Jaish headquarters in Bahawalpur. It is located around the NH5 Karachi Torkham highway on the outskirts of Bahawalpur in Karachi, and it is the main center of Jaish, and it is spread over. It is spread over 15 acres of land. It is spread over 15 acres of land. This Markaz serves as the operational headquarters of the Jaish, and it was associated with the Pulwama terrorist attack that happened on the 14th of February 2019. The Markaz also consists of residences of Maulana Masood Azhar, the de facto chief, and also Mufti Abdul Rauf Asghar, Maulana Anwar, and other family members. Masood Azhar remains the de jure chief of the JEM. In 2022, he was seen at this area, in this place, during the festival time. The Jaish conducts regular arms, physical and religious training for its cadre at Markaz Subhanallah. Senior JEM functionaries like Rauf Asghar, who's the de facto head of JEM, Masood Azhar, his brother-in-law Yusuf Azhar, Ustad Gauri, they are all people who reside here. The Pulwama perpetrators were trained here. The complex houses more than 600 cadre. Maulana Rafiqullah, former religious trainer of Markaz Usman Ali, is the chief instructor of this Markaz since 2022. Markaz Subhanallah was built with the help of provincial and federal governments of Pakistan. Apart from funds raised by JEM from Gulf and some African nations and also the UK, it is operational since 2015. Also, Markaz in 2018, a gymnasium was established inside the Markaz. It has a swimming pool in July 2018 for imparting rigorous swimming and deep water training. JEM imparts 6 days archery training to its cadre and Shura members. In 2019, the new Al-Hijama Center was also established here. It was established inside this Markaz. Horse stables and riding grounds were built in May 2022. On November 30th, 2024, Masood Azhar addressed the JEM cadre at Markaz Subhanallah after a gap of 2 years. Anti-India rhetoric was raised, including taking revenge for Babri Masjid demolition, etc., etc. The event was attended by Talha Saif, younger brother of Masood Azhar, Mohammad Abdullah bin Masood, and other JEM operatives. And before this, the last reported appearance of Masood Azhar at this camp was in February 2022. So 2 saal baad wo dikha tha. It's located at an aerial distance of about 100 kilometers from the IB, that is in Rajasthan, Bikaner, Rajasthan. So this is a 100-kilometer distance from Bikaner, Rajasthan, Bahawalpur. So that's the reason why this target was very, very important. The huge terror Tanzim, Jaish, the entire family, its operational commanders were all found here. And Jaish has been proscribed as a terrorist organization under UAPA 1967 in October 2001. The organization has also been designated a terrorist organization by various nations, including the US, UK, Australia, Canada, UAE. This organization also banned by Pakistan in January 2022 under international pressure by the FATF. but they continue to get state backing. They continue to be hosted and taken care of by the Pakistani state. The Bahawalpur airbase is not so far away. Ishan is with us.
So I'll go to Ishan. I think one important thing that needs to be underlined is, so Jaish had no operational role in the Pahalgam attack. So I think what is important is Operation Sindoor is actually avenging a lot of attacks, not just what happened in Pahalgam. The 2019 Pulwama attack, of course, was carried out by the Jaish-e-Mohammed. Balakot was in response to the Jaish-e-Mohammed. But now to hit the very nerve center, the headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, where their seminaries are based, where their training centers are based, where Masood Azhar used to live for a large part of his life. Let me go across to the father of the Kashmiri pony rider who had been killed. नमस्ते, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए. आपका पहला प्रतिक्रिया ये सईद आदिल हुसैन जो मर गए थे पहलगाम के जो आतंकवादी हमला हुआ था, आप बताइए उनके पिताजी होने के नाते आपका क्या पहला प्रतिक्रिया है ऑपरेशन सिंदूर, जिसमें पाकिस्तानी दहशतगर्दी जो साइट्स हैं वहां पे इंडियन आर्मी ने ऑपरेशन कैरी आउट किया है.
जी, मैं तो इससे ये बता रहा हूँ कि जो वो 26 लाशें वहां पर गई, जिनकी जाने गई, तो इसका बदला फौज और नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने और गवर्नमेंट ने जो किया, हमारी हुकूमत ने, तो इस पे मैं बहुत खुश हूँ कि उन लाशों को भी, उन शहीदों को भी शांति मिली. इसमें मैं बहुत खुश हूँ.
सैयद हैदर साहब, जिस तरह से दहशतगर्दों के इन ट्रेनिंग कैंप्स को ध्वस्त किया गया, आपको लगता है दहशतगर्दी को पूरी तरह खत्म कर देना चाहिए?
जी, दहशतगर्दी को तो पूरी तरह खत्म कर देना चाहिए, क्योंकि जो हमारे मुल्क को तोड़फोड़ कर रहे हैं, इनको पूरा खत्म कर दिया जाना चाहिए. ये मेरी गवर्नमेंट से अपील है.
और जो आदिल के साथ इन्होंने किया, आपको लगता है कि इस कार्रवाई से थोड़ा सा आपको सांत्वना मिली है?
जी हाँ, इससे तो हमें शांति मिली है कि इनका बदला भी हुआ है, तो इससे हमें शांति मिली है.
आपको क्या लगता है आगे और क्या करना चाहिए मोदी साहब को?
मोदी जी को जो है आगे भी ऐसा मतलब करना चाहिए, कंटिन्यू करना चाहिए ऐसा. ये जो मतलब दहशतगर्दी है, इसको पूरा जड़ से जो है खत्म कर देना चाहिए.
ये पाकिस्तानी ये कहते हैं कि ये सब दहशतगर्दी वो इसीलिए कर रहे हैं क्योंकि वो कश्मीर के लिए कर रहे हैं और कश्मीरियों के लिए कर रहे हैं. आप वो क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
ये गलत बात है. वो किसी के लिए नहीं कर रहे हैं. अगर वो ऐसा कर रहे होते फिर कश्मीरियों को नहीं मारते. हर बार जो है कश्मीरी जो है मरता है. मासूम कश्मीरियों की या मासूम लोगों की हर बार जो है जान जाती है. सर, ये दहशतगर्द को जो है, दहशतगर्दी को जड़ से ही जो है उखाड़ देना चाहिए, इसको खत्म कर देना चाहिए.
आप आदिल के भाई हैं, मैं आपसे भी जानना चाहूंगा इस वक्त आपको क्या लगता है कि यहीं तक कार्रवाई करनी चाहिए कि और भी ज्यादा करने की जरूरत है, पूरी तरह इसको खत्म करना चाहिए?
नहीं, इसको जो है पूरी कार्रवाई करके इसको जो है पूरा खत्म कर देना चाहिए, ताकि आइंदा मतलब कभी ऐसा ना हो. हमारे जो है निहत्थे लोग, हमारे मासूम लोग जो है आइंदा कभी, मतलब हमारे टूरिस्ट लोग आए थे यहाँ पे, हमारे मेहमान लोग आते हैं, या हमारे लोकल लोग, या मेरे भाई, आइंदा कभी ऐसा किसी बाप का सहारा जो है उससे ना छीने, किसी भाई का सहारा जो है उससे ना छीने, किसी माँ का बेटा उससे ना छीने. इसको जो है जड़ से उखाड़ देना चाहिए. सर,
ये सब वो इस्लाम के नाम पे करते हैं, ये कह रहे हैं. क्या इस्लाम ऐसी चीजों की इजाजत देता है?
इस्लाम ये किसी कोई भी धर्म हो, कोई भी धर्म ये जो है इस चीज की इजाजत नहीं देता है कि आप निहत्थे मासूम लोगों का कत्ल करो या मासूम इंसानियत का कत्ल करो. ये कोई भी धर्म जो है, इस्लाम धर्म को छोड़ के आप कोई भी धर्म देखो या इस्लाम धर्म देखो, कोई भी धर्म इसकी जो है इजाजत नहीं देता.
मैं आप दोनों का शुक्रिया करता हूं हमसे बात करने के लिए और इस सपोर्ट के लिए. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद.
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया सर.
जय हिंद.
All right, we've got some experts also joining us now. Rajiv Dogra is former diplomat. He's been Consul General in Karachi. Brigadier Vinod Datta retired. He's a Kargil War veteran. He's also there with us. We're also joined by Lieutenant General Raj Shukla, defense expert. Rajiv Dogra, let me ask you. I mean, this was something that had been talked about for the last 2 weeks. In fact, for a number of years now, how Pakistan needs to be taught that there is a cost, there is a pain for these repeated terror attacks. now that the headquarters of the Lashkar in Muridke, the headquarters of the Jaish in Bahawalpur, the headquarters of the Hizbul Mujahideen has also been struck. What are your first thoughts on Operation Sindoor? Der aaya, durust aaya?
Well, the first thoughts are as are the thoughts of every Indian. You had an extensive interview with the father and the brother of the Kashmiri victim, and I think he expressed it very well, that please do not think that anyone from Kashmir to Kanyakumari is not one. I think that's a brilliant message, and that needs to be reinforced. The second important thing which I want to emphasize is the way government has gone about in consulting everyone nationally and in consulting everyone, keeping them in confidence, taking their views into the picture outside the country. Otherwise, Trump would not have spoken immediately after the strikes. There are two other things. Prime Minister Modi spoke to President Putin just a day or two before the strikes. He spoke to the Qatari Amir just a day before the strike, yesterday. Qatari was important because Qatar, as you know, has been host to Taliban, has been host to Hamas leadership. So it has a certain sort of nuance in the terror world, and also an attachment to.
But Dogra Sahab, how do you see China's role now? It hasn't spoken officially. No reaction has come from China at all. What do you think they're going to do?
Well, you got in the big question into the picture. I hope China has no role to play, period. But China, being China, would want to, have a role, definitely. And it depends on how the situation develops.
Dogra Sahab, give me one moment. I'm sorry to interrupt, but we've got the first reaction from Israel as well, one of the first countries to come out and openly support India, saying that India is fully within its right to defend itself. There is no place for terrorists to hide. There should be no excuses that anyone makes for terrorists. So I think just like India was one of the first countries after the October 7th attacks, came out unequivocally supported Israel. Now Israel is returning the favor in that
But
sense.
the interesting thing is that they mentioned again terrorists.
Yeah, absolutely.
So the
Israel stands with India. One of the first reactions that came.
Been extremely focused because the Indian side and the Indian establishment has made this very clear.
This is a war on terror, and terror establishments have been attacked.
Just
one more
talk
thing.
a little bit about the Chinese matrix.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that
that
the Qatar endorsement that Ambassador Rajiv Dogra was talking about came on a day when the OIC statement had come. So it was a timely counter to the propaganda that was trying to be pushed by the Pakistanis, that the Qataris came out and openly endorsed Bharat's right to respond to any act of terrorism. Marshal Kapoor is with us in the studio. I'm going to request our team at the back end to also get the audio up on the foldback so everybody in the studio can hear what our guests who are joining us from outside can hear are saying. Yes, Ambassador Dogra, the China angle. Yeah.
Well, China, as I said, has made statements even before the strike, which were clearly pro-Pakistan. And in fact, they were provocative in a way. Provocative, perhaps preventive also of Indian anticipated action. So China, I think, will initially watch the situation, see how it develops, and then decide on its action, whether it is kinetic action or supportive action in international fora. That remains to be seen. But China, let's not forget, has already supplied Pakistan with a lot of equipment, both air equipment and the land means and so on. So China is not going to be a well-wisher of India. Point number one. China would also be watching its flanks because it knows that America is watching China's action and China's reaction in case it comes about. So let's assume that China is not on our side and proceed from there.
All right. I also want to go to Siddhant, who's joining us on the Israel story. So the Israeli ambassador has just put this up on Twitter, saying that Israel supports India's right to defend itself. Siddhant, what more has Ambassador Azhar said? And I think you can also capture for us how India and Prime Minister Modi were the first to react to Israel's attack on 7th of October 2023, and now Israel is sort of complimenting India for what it has done, Operation Sindoor.
Well, that's right, Zaka. In fact, Israel has always supported India, perhaps stood with India when it comes to India's fight against terrorism. In fact, as you rightly said, 7th October happened. Prime Minister Modi perhaps was the first world leader to in fact speak to Prime Minister Netanyahu and express his condolences and support of India to Israel. And perhaps the same is being reciprocated at this point in time. And in fact, Zaka, also since last 2 weeks, Israeli ambassador has given multiple interviews. In fact, to our networks also, confirming the support of Israel. And perhaps, there were a lot of similarities also the way 7th October happened and the way Pahlegam happened. Perhaps, on the basis of religion, the civilians were targeted. And that perhaps gave a kind of a personal touch to the Israeli government. And in fact, I have been speaking to Israeli friends in the Israeli government. And, each day they were keeping very close eyes on the developments, perhaps from Prime Minister Netanyahu to their senior ministers, to the ambassador, all have, extended full support. And now Israel is the first few country to react or rather give full support to what India has done by doing Operation.
He has hashtagged it as Operation Sindoor. So Operation Sindoor is something that resonates with a lot of people. I'm just going to quote what one of the viewers has sent me. It's a small poem that they've written saying, Sindoor bana hai lahu dushman ka, ab garje hain veer ambar se, na chetavni na maafi ab, napaki kaapenge is manzar se, Jai Hind. And Payal Mehta is just sending us some more inputs. We're going to check if she's there. That the reason why this operation was termed Operation Sindoor, extremely pained by the death of the civilians, especially men of the house. During one of the meetings, the Prime Minister came up with this name, suggested this name as Operation Sindoor. So this had the ratification or suggestion and imprint at the highest levels of the government. It once again highlights the significance of Sindoor and what it means to Indian women. That's how the image or the entire shape of this operation actually took the contours of this operation took shape. That's what they are saying. And if we look at the map that's drawn, this is also somewhere symbolic that this is a vermilion mark or there is a sindoor. So there is a shape of this. Payal Mehta joining us with more. Yes, Payal. So the Prime Minister himself endorsed Operation Sindoor, the name itself.
Anand, if you observe Prime Minister Narendra Modi's career as a Prime Minister, you will know that any scheme or any project that he names is not without a reason as well. We are given to understand, I've been able to speak to multiple sources, both in the establishment, in the government, as well as, people in the military establishment as well. They're basically saying that Prime Minister Narendra Modi was extremely pained by what had really happened, especially the fact that, you will understand what the Sindoor means to Indian women in particular as well. For them, Sindoor mit gaya, Sindoor chala gaya, that's a very, very deeply emotional state as well. So depending on, what really the sentiment was, in one of the meetings that the Prime Minister had possibly with the military establishment, he came up with this.
Payal, yeah, the Minister of External, and he's put out the image of Operation Sindoor.
Again, the word is terrorism. Must show zero tolerance for terrorism, because that's what India has struck. We have struck the terror infrastructure in Pakistan. We haven't struck the Pakistani state.
So, Payal, just a quick word on Dr. Jaishankar. So you have the Raksha Mantri who has tweeted. He has simply said Bharat Mata ki Jai, nothing else. Now the External Affairs Minister has tweeted saying Operation Sindoor. Also walk us through the various conversations that have been happening both in North Bloc and in South Bloc, because ultimately India also has to manage the diplomatic fallout of this. So conversations have happened with the Americans, with the Saudis, with the Emiratis. Just walk us through, what has been going on in the wee hours of this morning after Operation Sindoor was concluded.
Well, we do know that there were a small team of people who were actually up all night monitoring the situation. One of those people who would actually be watching this very closely would be Dr. Jaishankar, because, Anand and Zaka, he would have to work around a lot of phone lines. That's what he's been doing, for the last 2 weeks, essentially reaching out to all the leaders that we can, all the leaders who have expressed support to India in this fight against terrorism as well. That is something which has been happening as well. All arms of the government have been working. Dr. Jaishankar has also not just been working on this, but also have been helping the Home Minister and the Jal Shakti Minister on fine tuning the abeyance of the Indus Water Treaty as well. So obviously he's had his hands full as well. But India will have a lot of response to give. What we're given to understand, and I can say this now, to our viewers, I've been interacting with a lot of ministers who have been part of these meetings with the Prime Minister Anand and Zaka. The thing is that the Prime Minister has always been of the opinion that our enemy are not the people of Pakistan. We need to teach the terrorists a lesson. We're not here to teach a lesson, to the people of Pakistan. The normal people of Pakistan have no fault of their own to deserve a leaders or to deserve a set of leaders like this. That is something which has been communicated in as many words to all the departments that have been, working on these economic, war against Pakistan.
Right. Interestingly, everybody in the government is tweeting. The cabinet ministers are all tweeting. Prime Minister has not tweeted yet. The Prime Minister's handle is silent right now because I think everybody else and the actions are speaking much louder than words. To those who are taking jibes at the Prime Minister, a few days ago saying he's Gayab, where it is, and those who are trying to show, toy planes here and there with Nimbu Mircha and all of that, I'm sure they've all been put in place. The Congress party officially is saying that they back Mallikarjun Kharge. Is also the Congress president has also now tweeted saying that we unequivocally back the Indian armed forces and national unity, take supremacy and war on terror.
We haven't heard from Rahul Gandhi.
Yeah.
Well, in the past, the Prime Minister also sort of held in abeyance his commentary till the army actually came out and made the statement.
Yeah,
so I think
Balakot also till the briefing happened and
he's being very correct.
Yeah, that's
right
when he spoke about it. But the
Yeah.
Prime Minister was there in the war room right through the night. Marshal, your reaction on Operation Sindoor, the name itself, how significant it is, and is it a strong message?
Yes, of course. It is a unprecedented kind of an operation that has been planned and executed this morning. Surprise is the key element, and it came at a time when the nation was to practice the safety drills today. And of course, those drills would be as applicable now, even more, once we have taken this action. We may expect some retaliation from the other side. And let's not forget, the enemy is a professional armed forces. They would also like to take revenge on the so-called the attack, which we have done to take out their targets. But obviously, they would be planning, and we should be ready in the escalated ladder to take where this operation goes.
Hey, Marshal, but you look at the statement, and I'll get General Shukla also to weigh in on this. The first statement that was put out by the ADGPR, the publicity wing of the armed forces, the army, clearly said that A, this is non-escalatory, we don't want to escalate. Two, that this was within the line of control on Indian side, the LC or the IB were not crossed. And most importantly, it also specifically said these are targeted at terror launch pads and terror infrastructure. No military installations have been hit or targeted. I mean, what do you make of that? Why have they said that?
See, this is basically what we call in simple language, a rap on the knuckles.
Okay.
You wake up. So this is basically the message from our government to them, that this is just a rap. So we can do much more, but we will now, for the first day, not cross the IB, not escalate it by targeting the military targets. And secondly, the main, the hub centers from where the training is done and the people are launched, those have been targeted, indicating to them that we are aware that this is the place. We are aware how to strike. And from our side, we have used beyond visual range weapons that have taken them out.
Right. Now, defense sources are telling us that Army, Air Force played an important role in the strikes, with both conducting the strikes in a coordinated manner. Loitering munitions were mainly used by the Army and the Indian Air Force. By the Army, the Indian Air Force used standoff weapons. Akash is joining us with more, and then we'll request our guest to elaborate on this and explain this further in context to our viewers. Yes, Akash.
So Anand, defense sources are telling us, that this was a coordinated operation, of course, and Indian Army and Indian Air Force, both played an important role. Indian Army, in fact, engaged with the targets, and we have been given to understand that more than 60 to 70% of the targets were engaged by Indian Army, and remaining 30%, were engaged by Indian Air Force. Also, we have been told that loitering munition, were mainly used by Indian Army, and as far as Indian Air Force is concerned, so this force was basically using standoff weapons. Though at around 10 a.m. we have this official briefing. We'll be getting details of these sort of platforms and weapons that were used in this particular operation. But this is
one of those operations where we have seen the coordination and in fact integrated efforts by the forces.
Right. Thank you for that, General Shukla. Loitering munitions. Could you elaborate how this could have been given effect? We have both. Please take this forward. Yes, General Shukla. We try and go across to General Raj Shukla in a bit. Yes, Air Marshal. Yeah.
See, the India has developed in last 6 years, especially after Balakot, our indigenous capability. So the weapons that our DRDO, especially the BrahMos variants, may have been used for the strike. That is my guess. So we have BrahMos, we have Scalp, we have Hammer, and associated weapons which may have been used for this strike. The point to note is that we have different variants. We have certain Russian aeroplanes, we have certain Western aeroplanes, and we have like LCA indigenous aeroplanes. The same weapon has to perform in a similar manner in all the 3 different platforms. So the integration is what is the most time consuming thing which has been done. So now we are in a position to use these weapons from any of our strikers.
No, but what does it mean when the Air Force is one question? You know, so when Balakot happened, I believe it was 12 Mirage 2000s that were used. I think about a dozen, and it was the Spice munitions that were used. How is this different? You reckon that, for example, the Rafales might have been pressed into service,
yes,
or the other newer aircraft?
I'm not privy to what was the package. I'm not privy to the operations.
No, but 9 places being hit simultaneously.
So it would have been a massive package. It would have been a package of large number of aeroplanes, and all possible platforms in our inventory would have been pressed into service. And it would have been planned considering the air defense setup across in mind, because the hostility can immediately escalate at this stage. So they, and in situations like this, their aircrafts are always airborne, protecting their assets. So any of them can engage this side. So how much to stay inside, how much to go across, where is the line you have to do. So this is all split second.
So, Air Marshal, I just wanted to ask you this because you made an interesting reference. You said, the Pakistani army is a professional army. You expect them to now hit back, etc., etc. So what do you think is the likely scenario that is going to emerge? Do you think they're going to try and cross the LOC, or because I'm getting a lot of reports here from different people who are saying that there's quite a bit of shelling going on at the LOC. There's some posts that have been destroyed on that side, not on our side, but that side. So I'm trying to understand what's going on.
The narrative which they have been able to put across to their people for last 70 years is that they are the saviors. They have won all the battles. There is no mention of 93,000 prisoners. There is no mention in their stories about Bangladesh creation. There is no mention about how they lost in 71 and other places. So even the previous Balakot strike, they have emerged victor, and they have been portraying Abhinandan's picture, and they say that we have shot down this thing. Wherein, as per the input says that Abhinandan shot through R-73, one of their F-16s. But and the Pakis used an AMRAAM, which as per the contract by the Americans, they were not supposed to use during Balakot strike. Now, the Indians did give the proof after this strike to them, but with time and passage, the usage of F-16 and AMRAAM was never discussed beyond a particular stage. They would not like in any way to portray to the world that a modern aircraft of theirs was engaged in a combat with a 60s aeroplane of Russian make. So that may be one of the reasons. Now, coming to the specific question which you just asked, we must be ready. I'm sure the things would be put in place, because their masses, their public, their own countrymen is going to ask that if our targets have been hit, what have you done? So shelling, of course, will continue. Now the size of the shells and the caliber will increase. They'll start going more in depth, and they will start to target some military installations, because we don't have any terrorist hideouts at all.
Lieutenant General Satish Dua, retired former GOC, General Officer Commanding of the 15th Corps, is joining us. Good morning to you. Jai Hind to you. General Dua, your first reactions on Operation Sindoor. 9 different terror locations, terror launch pads, and terror infrastructure places have been hit in a simultaneous operation.
Jai Hind, everybody. It fills me with professional pride, first of all, and I'm sure it does the nation, that we have actually managed to, not managed to, we've actually done what we wanted to do to bring closure to those 26 lives lost and perpetrators of terror. And this time round, we have given a very befitting response, because this time, unlike Puri surgical strike or unlike the Balakot precision airstrike, they were announced after they had been carried out. This time round, the Prime Minister, the Defense Minister, they had announced to the country, they had announced to the world that we will go after the terror, not only these terrorists, but also their backers and the terror ecosystem that supports them. And we've done precisely that, because these are the those hubs of terror that have been hit, especially the headquarters of Lashkar-e-Taiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed. So this is for the first time that we have struck deep, struck precisely, and I'm sure it will have a telling effect, both in terms of
will Bharat's military
the terror and as well as last sentence, as well as a statement.
General Sahab, will Bharat's military posture be redefined or looked at differently pre and post Operation Sindoor? Zaka made this point some time back. I just want to know your views. And in the operation details, we also have got to understand that the army used loitering munitions with the Air Force in a standoff position. So 70% of the targets decimated by the army, 30% by the Air Force. Can you explain this a little bit tactically for our viewers also? Ji, two questions, 2 parts to the question.
So, firstly, as to the details, I don't have full details. What I'm hearing from you and what I'm hearing from media since last few hours is that it is a combination of all 3 services. Like you use precise words of loitering munitions. So, you know, target designation is done as per the suitability of the target and of the, considering the range, and a precise target to mission allocation is done as per the requirements of the target and capabilities of the munition, oblique rockets, oblique missiles, or whatever. So that details, I'm afraid, I don't have. But what I can tell you, in answer to your question, is that the right assigning the right target at the right time is the correct thing, and I think that has been done very precisely.
All right.
Because we also have to ensure that there is no collateral damage. We are hitting only the target that we want to, because we want it to be non-escalatory.
All right. Just give me 1 second, General. We also have Mr. Vikram Sood, the former chief of the Research and Analysis Wing. Thank you very much, Mr. Sood, for speaking with us. Jai Hind to you. It must be a good morning. 7th of May, 2025 is a red letter day. It'll be etched in the history of India, in the military history of India for sure. 9 different locations, terror launch pads, terror infrastructure, including the headquarters of the Lashkar in Muridke, the headquarters of the Jaish in Bahawalpur being hit. As someone who spent a whole career, talking about this, what do you feel on a day like today?
Well, actually, this was something one sort of expected would happen. When it would happen, one wasn't sure, because there are lots of things to be considered by the government before they go into this. But it's happened, and it should have happened many, many years ago. In fact, it should have happened, something like this should have happened after 26/11. So that's history now. And I'm glad it has happened, and it's necessary, but we have to be prepared for a counter. That is their DNA. They want to do it, and unless somebody can put pressure on them and not to do it. I heard in some other channel this morning that, I think some American channel, CNN probably, that the Americans should tell the Pakistanis that that's it. Now you did something wrong in India. Now this is the apt reply, now keep quiet. I don't know whether they will be able to do it because the army would have a lot at stake. Will they agree to the American suggestion, well, not officially, but otherwise, that Imran Khan should be released, elections should be held, etc., etc. I don't think Asim Munir has the capacity or the desire to do all that. He's playing a different game for himself. He wants to probably he's seeking a second term or a third term as chief.
No, but you said there will be a retaliation. What form or nature would that retaliation be? And what might possibly be the off-ramp? Because, you know, at the front and center of all of this is Asim Munir. A week before Pahalgam happened, he made those comments, pretty visceral comments, and then Pahalgam happened. What is the off-ramp for him here?
I don't know. I think he would want to make a strike. I've heard that they're sort of alerted and moved their armored dips. I'm not sure whether that's right or wrong. This is all news that's coming in. So there has to be, there will, as I said, the DNA says we must attack, we must retaliate. Whether that happens or not, if they stand down now, then maybe that's the de-escalation.
But Mr. Sood, what was the calculation then? I mean, why was this done? Pahalgam is clearly an act that was supported by the Pakistani establishment. There's no doubt about that. It wouldn't have happened if there wasn't full backing. So what is the end game? The Pakistanis have done Pahalgam and they're looking poorer for it. So where do they go from here?
You know, my assessment has always been that terror won't stop unless you hit the source. And we haven't hit the source yet, in a manner of speaking, because the source is the Pakistan army. These are the carriers of the instructions, Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba and their successors. They are only doing what they've been told to do. They're not independent bodies. So how are we going to hit the Pakistan army, squeezing it, make sure they don't get supplies from elsewhere, or make it unpopular in their country? Make the hold of the army unpopular in the country.
Okay, so you're saying that perhaps could be done non-kinetically. I just wanted to bring in General Dua on a point that he had made. Do you believe, General Dua, that we have crossed a new threshold? This is one nuclear power striking on the land of another nuclear power, albeit on terror targets, terror infrastructure. That I don't think has happened in recent military history at all. Two nuclear powers exercising kinetic options, or at least one.
Absolutely right. You see, for long, Pakistan has used the nuclear card. And in Kargil conflict, we saw how the world, led by USA, especially USA, mediated to make sure that two nuclear powers, it doesn't escalate out of control, and so that leads to bigger things. But then in 2016, because Pathankot terror-based attack happened and the Uri attack happened after that, but I was the corps commander that time. When we went, it was a shallow strike, multiple raids, but we actually called the nuclear bluff, especially in Balakot in 2019, because it was a deep precision airstrike. But again, at terror camps, we were ensured not to, we took care of not to engage with the military targets. So there, I think we found a little space below the nuclear threshold. And this time around, again, like I said, we are trying to make it non-escalatory, striking only at the bases, as I can see, the terror infrastructure. So, like Mr. Sood said, I agree that we would actually have to make sure that these terror camps are not resuscitated again. For that, something else would have to be done. But now we have done a much bigger strike. We have done the strike at the terror base headquarters. So I think that we are trying to keep the escalation matrix under control.
But Vikram Soodji, one thing with the Pakistanis is, Vikram Soodji, if you're still there, that they are willing to play the long game with respect to terror. This bleeding, they are somebody who are able to take a nikat ka nuksan for a dur ka fayda. And here they will also have the non-state players in play. They can go back and tell the Jaish, tell the Lashkar, tell these Tanzeems, take your time, go back and bleed again, go back into Bharat and bleed Bharat again. So what should we wait for? Will it be only an immediate military response, or do we now have to be on a heightened alert with respect to internal security?
This is a question too?
Yes, Vikramji, aapke liye. This is Anand here, sir. Namaste.
Yeah, this is for me.
Yes, sir.
You ask me. Well, if we have to, when you sit down and do these kinds of strikes, you do your SWOT analysis and work out what the enemy is going to do. So I'm sure the government has thought through all this, the possibility of the Pakistanis attacking somewhere else. I wonder if they would be bold enough or stupid or foolish enough to strike a civilian target now.
No, Mr. Sood, sorry, go on. Please finish your point. Sorry.
They will have to look for a military target first, I think, because there are no terror camps here. And there is no, similarity with the two positions. So they'll probably look for a military engagement, and that would be escalation also.
If that were to happen, what is India's option, or does India then inevitably have to climb up the escalation ladder? Because there is a view, and there's some credence to this view, that India has much more to lose by climbing the escalation ladder. It's a bigger economy. It's 10 times bigger than Pakistan. We're on the brink of these trade deals with multiple Western countries. We're actually the counterweight to China. So getting dragged in this escalation ladder might be more costly for us than it is for Pakistan.
It will be. It will be more costly for us in the economic sense. That if they hit targets that are economic, then we have more to lose in that sense. But Pakistan has more to lose in the sense that if this war continues, then they barely have means to survive, a fortnight or a week, in terms of money and munitions. So what are they going to do with that situation?
So, Shant Sareen, let me weave you into this conversation. The requirement is also sustained deterrence. Now, we've done what we have. We've put out a statement which is couched in legalese, making a distinction between the Pakistani state and the terror infrastructure that we have struck. So we've been very careful. We've also said we haven't crossed the LOC or the border at any length. How do we ensure sustained deterrence?
All that we have put out in our statement, really, it's okay. It's basically at one level, it's virtue signaling. It really doesn't change the dynamics of what has happened last night. And the message that the Indian state has delivered, that we will be going out and hitting these kind of targets, and the fact that we will not be limiting ourselves only to, as we have done in the past, either the shallow strikes that General Dua spoke about, or even something like the Balakot. Now, we are not going to be shy of targeting a terror camp, whether it's on the outskirts of Lahore in Muridke, or in Bahawalpur, or any of the other places that have been targeted. So I think that is the message that the Pakistanis have also got, and that is the message to which they will react and respond. Now, one possible off-ramp can be that, they have claimed a lot of success of having shot down some aircraft, having bombed brigade headquarters. Much of it is unconfirmed right now. And they can take that as an off. Or they can do what Mr. Sood says that they are likely to do, that they will go up and want to respond much more. At which point of time, I think we will have no choice but to go up the escalation ladder. Now, I agree that in absolute terms, maybe we will have to pay a higher price than the Pakistanis. But if you look at it in relative terms, given the size of the economies of the two countries, and the economic wherewithal of the two countries, I think the cost for the Pakistanis will be just as high. Secondly, I think if the Pakistanis were to target any defense installation, then of course all bets are off. I don't think the government in India will have any choice but to start targeting Pakistani military bases. And if they can target our headquarters, brigade or unit level, or even higher level, division level, then so can we target this. So it's not as though their targets, their bases are invulnerable and ours are vulnerable.
No, but-
So I think that's the game two can play. And I'm sure the Pakistanis understand that.
Right.
So the question is, what else are they likely to do? Now, one possibility is that they will drop some bombs in some place where not much damage is caused, and they can claim that, these were so-called terror training camps, as they have been alleging for a fair bit of time, of Baloch or some other militants who are being trained in India. We know that's utter trash, but they could, use that as a possible thing, or else they could even don't be surprised. And there's pure speculation. They could say that, okay, fine, we've targeted some RSS headquarters somewhere, or some RSS camp somewhere, because we consider RSS to be a terrorist organization. Now that is the kind of scurrilous propaganda that the Pakistanis have been carrying out for a fair bit of time. I'm not saying that is what they will do, but don't rule it out.
That is something, Sushant Sareen, they don't need to do overnight. Right now, in terms of a kinetic escalation, Pakistan does not have the money in the bank. The IMF bailout is due 2 days from now. There is international pressure to de-escalate. The Pakistanis are masters at playing this waiting game. They're still avenging 71. They're still waiting. Every time that 99 ke baad, they came back 2 years later. Then they came back 5 years later. Then they came back 7 years later. And they come with their proxies. They don't need to come into a direct kinetic engagement with Bharat, because every time they get beaten. This is their mentality. Sorry, Sushantji, I've just come back to you. We've got more inputs coming through. There is firing on from both sides along the LOC. The LOC is hot even after daybreak. Defense sources are saying that the BFS has been put on high alert along the western border. Arunima joining us with more details. So intermittent firing and heavy arm firing is on even after daybreak. Yes, Arunima.
Yes, sir. So all across the line of control, we've seen fighting happen last night, shelling happening in peace, where at least 3 civilians have been killed in Pakistan's firing ceasefire violation. It's also happening along the LOC in North Kashmir. Reports are coming in, and this hasn't stopped even after daybreak. Intermittent firing is still going on, is what defense officials are telling me. And this intermittent firing is being retaliated by India as well, all along the western border. While Jammu and Kashmir is at the center of the current ceasefire violation, all along the western border, the border security force is also on high alert. So in Gujarat, in Rajasthan, in Punjab, the airspace in Punjab, border airports have also been shut down. There is an air advisory that the Chandigarh airport also may not be functional till the next update comes. In Rajasthan, there is an air exercise, pre-scheduled air exercise that is going on. Border security force is keeping a heightened alert currently in Rajasthan and Gujarat sector as well, because the thing is that even though India says that the action taken was de-escalatory in nature, the kind of statements coming in from Pakistan are very provocative, and India, of course, does not want to take any chances.
They will make only provocative statements, but 100 kilometers across Bahawalpur is Rajasthan. So that's the reason why there is also activity there. And this entire air activity, movement of air fleets towards Bahawalpur, perhaps on hindsight, there was a reason why there was so much of activity that was happening. And it has all happened in such a way, it's caught the Pakistanis unaware. Sushantji, coming back to you. Thank you, Arunima. Sushantji, coming back to you, and we'll take this conversation forward with Air Marshal and also General Dua. This aspect of the Pakistanis ready to play, go down to whatever wild levels of engagement is concerned. They fought this proxy war. And can they take the humiliation in the near term? Because it's in their interest and they can't afford a larger escalation. But should we now have to be perennially on alert? Sushant Sareen and then the others. Yes, please make your point.
Anand, I'm a little surprised that you say that do we now have to be perennially on the alert? I thought that's a no-brainer. I thought that's a no-brainer since 1947. That's a no-brainer since 1965 and since 71, and the terrorism that has been imposed on us or inflicted on us by the Pakistanis for decades now. So yes, we have to be eternally vigilant. We have to be prepared. And yes, now the scale of what things might happen could go up. But the Pakistanis also know this, that if they were to do something like this again, using their proxies, then the reaction from the Indian side will be just what it was last night. So that's not going to be any different. But to come back to their economic vulnerabilities, see, if I was a Pakistani, I would be calculating that as of now, there doesn't seem to be any pressure on me that the IMF or some of the other multilateral institutions are going to hold back on the next tranche that is going to be due to them, and are going to hold this as a kind of a leverage over the Pakistanis to back off, scale down, take the off ramp. There is no indication as yet. If now that happens in the next day or
Sushant, so the next discussion is on the 9th, which is 2 days from now. Yeah. If they were to retaliate between today and the 9th, surely that will have ramifications on the next tranche.
But if they were to retaliate and then say that we are not going to do anything more, then will it have an impact on the next tranche or not? So I think, we are in that gray zone on this particular issue. Unless the Americans or somebody else who holds a kind of a veto in the IMF has already told them that if you were to do anything more than what has already happened over the last, maybe 8-9 hours, that is it. If you are going to go up this chain, then there are going to be serious repercussions on you. I don't know whether the Americans have given any such indication, and they're the only ones who can actually hold back the money and veto what is likely to happen. I don't think anybody else has that power. Right. The second thing is that the Pakistanis can also come to the conclusion that maybe they can play with this escalation ladder a couple of rungs simply because the Chinese will supply them, the Turks will supply them, etc., and maybe they can, go up a couple of rungs up the ladder. But I don't think they are also really interested in going in for an all-out conflict. I think what their job or their desire right now would be to make sure that they have shown India that they can hit back. Are they willing to go further up the escalation ladder? Maybe they are. I don't know. I don't entirely rule it out.
See, but if they hit back, if they hit
comes in of empty coffers.
But are you going to, if they hit back, then that gives us sizable ground to claim acreage, Air Marshal. That means if they hit back at a military installation, it's the Pakistanis who are escalating it. They are responding to a war on terror with a military strike. That gives us more handle to push for acreage and up the intensity, which Pakistan cannot afford right now.
See, if you see how Israel handled Hamas, if you see how we have handled Pakistan today, this is a sign of a matured nation wherein we do not want any civilian casualties, where we do not want to escalate, and we begin with striking the key people who perpetrated that attack. So we have shown to the world, in my appreciation, today's attack. And one thing is very clear, that 4 cities in Pakistani Punjab have been hit today, which has never been the case earlier. So the 5 cities, 5 targets have been in Pak-occupied Kashmir, but 4 have been in Pakistani Punjab. So this is where the heart of the Pakistan lies. And when their heart has been attacked, obviously this is going to churn up emotions. It will churn up a lot of thoughts in their CCS meet, which they're going to have in a few hours from now.
Right.
The public will try and come on the roads to put pressure on the administration and the army to take retaliatory action.
Zaka, sorry, sir. UAE has responded. UAE has said on India-Pakistan tensions, exercise restraint, de-escalate tensions, and avoid further escalation. That is what the UAE has said. And even as you weigh in on it and we take this forward, Pallavi Ghosh is saying that the Army and the Indian Air Force will be present at the briefing at 10 a.m. and it's going to be a statement. Questions are not going to be entertained.
Yeah, which is how it was after Balakot, which was how it was after Uri as well. So this statement that's been put out by the UAE Deputy Prime Minister, Sheikh Abdul bin Zayed Al Nahyan, he has called for both India and Pakistan to exercise restraint, de-escalate tensions, and avoid further escalation. I think it's important in the context that the UAE is one of the few countries, I think about 5 or 6 countries that was spoken to in the immediate aftermath of Operation Sindoor. UAE happens to be one of them, along with Saudi Arabia. So I think it's important to underline these are countries that have a tremendous amount of influence on Pakistan. They are key members of the Gulf Cooperation Council. They are loaded. They have petrodollars. They often lend money to Pakistan and have, like I said, leverage on the Pakistani establishment and also on the Pakistani army. So I think the fact that the UAE has also now come out and publicly put out this statement will again add further pressure to the Pakistani military. Pallavi Ghosh is joining us with more details on this. So Pallavi, the NMC briefing at 10 a.m., much like what we saw in Balakot, much like what we saw in the aftermath of Uri, There will be representatives from the defense forces, in this case, I believe from the Army and the Air Force, and there will also be a representative from the Ministry of External Affairs.
Hello. Hello. Okay.
Pallavi, can you hear me?
But in the meantime, the
Pallavi,
foreign minister of
seems
Turkey,
to be inside the National
I
Media
don't know if
Center
we've
right now.
flagged
We'll try and
this,
go across to her.
Anand.
Can you hear us, Pallavi? Just quickly, just checking.
The foreign minister of Turkey has come out.
Yeah.
Hakan Fidan. And he has said that we express solidarity with Pakistan against India's unprovoked aggression, violating Pakistan's sovereignty and killing innocent civilians. Pakistani travel guides, according to them, Ministry of Foreign Affairs statement that Turkey's FM expressed concern over deteriorating regional security situation. However, both the leaders agreed to remain in close coordination on the evolving situation. So Turkey has certainly picked a side here.
Turkey has not only picked a side, they've also sent a plane. I think that's also...
well, that was something that was reported
calibrated. Interesting that after the strike, the only flight over the Pakistani airspace was a plane from Istanbul to Karachi. Yes, Pallavi. So no questions will be taken. Will the MEA also be present along with the Army and the Air Force spokespersons? Yeah.
So as of now, the details which have been put out by the PIB is, and you can see those preparations right behind me, all the mic testing and all the chairs and all of that have been put here, that representatives from the armed forces and the Air Force are going to be addressing this. It's not going to be an interactive press conference as of now. That has not been planned. It's just going to be a suo motu statement, which is going to give out details of the operations, the security operations, the security details, but of course not being compromised. But at the same time, the detail is going to reflect on the fact that there's a lot of fake news which is being peddled by Pakistan with something which has to be outrightly rejected and not reflected at all. Ever since this operation took place, Operation Sindoor, they have been the PIB fact check unit which has been working round the clock, and they have been putting out fact check points. And this is an appeal that they are making consistently to all the channels, that please don't fall and don't reflect that fake news. We understand that Pakistan is frustrated at this point of time, so they are going to be putting out these kind of news. They are not to be reflected or believed at all. So in that press conference, if you want to call it one, at 10 a.m., they are going to be representatives of the Army and the Air Force. We haven't been given further details on who else will be sitting there, but they are certainly going to give us all the minute details which the security concerns permit of Operation Sindoor, so as to put it on record how it was conducted, how there was no violations taking place, and how it was done in a very coordinated civil manner.
Sushant Sareen and Air Marshal Kapoor with us. So Air Marshal Kapoor, the other question is, which I was asking General Dua is not there. Zaka had mentioned that Operation Sindoor changes the perception, global perception of Bharat's military posture. Agree, disagree? Pre and post Operation Sindoor, will there be two different dynamics here? Because it's the first time we have done what we have done at such a scale.
Yes, after 1971, the next strike, the aerial strike which we took, which was at Balakot. Now, that was just a singular target, which the next morning they took the media people and showed some shrubs, bushes have been damaged and some craters have been created, nothing much. I've been telling this in all the forums, is that they have an exceptional quality of weaving a story to their own masses and to their own public. And they are mastering that. So even after Op Sindoor, the people there will fabricate some sort of a story as to nothing much has happened. There were actually not 9 targets. There were only 2-3 targets. We have put down so many things. And look at the ground. This fire which they are showing is not actual. Only this damage has happened. And the gullible public will buy that. So that's my take.
Actually, the problem there with the Pakistani state is being centrally controlled.
Yes.
It's not really
the
a democracy.
ISPR decides what has to be,
People,
what narrative.
people will only get what the official version is.
Yes.
Sushant Singh, yes, you were raising your hand.
Yeah, not that anybody listens to me, but my own advice to people in the government would be that if you're holding a briefing right now, say at 10 o'clock, maybe you should hold 2 briefings in a day while things are very hot. And please go beyond the normal anodyne kind of briefings that people generally give in government. Give a little more details. Don't try and hide many things. If there are some losses that we have incurred, fine. Frankly speaking, I don't give a damn if we have incurred any losses, because the losses were are always part of this game. There is no loss-free or risk-free options, as I've often repeated.
Yeah.
So please don't be sorry of that. Please be very transparent and give whatever information you can share, rather than just giving a very trite kind of information which which really does not help much.
And
so
prompts
if
more
you
questions.
you can do it through these briefings, but please make them a little more detailed, and please at this point in time at least have them twice a day.
But Sushant, if I can, you've been tracking and following Pakistan for a very, very long time. This is the first time outside of a war situation where Punjab has been hit. And Punjab is like the heartbeat, the very nerve center of not just the Pakistani establishment, but specifically the Pakistani military establishment. If you were to go inside and gaze inside Asim Munir's thinking process right now after Punjab, multiple locations in Punjab have been hit. What is he thinking in terms of how to respond to this?
Look, I think from the Pakistani perspective, the fact that Punjab has been hit is something quite significant. Even actually come to think of it, Balakot being hit, which is part of Pakistan proper, not part of Pakistan occupied Kashmir, was a significant message. But look, it's not just Bahawalpur which has been hit. You hit Muridke, which is like on the outskirts of Lahore, right?
Yep.
So the messaging is very strong. But the point is, the Pakistanis have already said that we are going to come back very strong. And I think we should take them at their word. Now, they, like I said earlier, they can say that, okay, fine, you came, we scrambled our guys, and we launched certain counterattacks. And yes, that's our off-ramp. Will they take that as the off-ramp? Or will they, and they can, in their own way, they can declare their victory like they always do. And they've always claimed that even 1971 they had won, except for the cunning Hindu who, made them lose, etc., etc. So they can claim victory and say that we've shown the Indians, and fine. I think we've made our point. They think they have made their point, and this can be an off-ramp. Or he could scale up, thinking that maybe he can, do something much more to go down in history as somebody who's achieved something against India. But then, I think the serious question will be for the Indian defense planners, and I would imagine that they have gamed it, that they will then need to go up the escalation ladder and use certain other stuff which they haven't as yet used.
General Harimon Iyer is with us. Sushant Sareen, even as we speak, we're going to check with our team to confirm this. The army is saying that some of the shelling that's coming along the LOC and in Punch, some artillery has landed right outside the doorstep of the UN field station there. So they are not even sparing the UN field offices. That's also coming under Pakistan artillery shelling. The other thing is that the Pak military commanders, local operational commanders, have visited the hospital in Bahawalpur. What's interesting is what's being spoken and the ambient noise. We'll try and play that up in a bit, where they are saying something about India, but behind that they are saying Jaish Ayo, Jaish Ai. So this whole thing on confirmation of Jaish headquarters being really targeted and Jaish-e-Mohammed being hit is something that is being confirmed in the ambient sound in that video. Now, this is again army sources which are claiming this, so we'll try and confirm that and then put it out accordingly. But General Harimon Iyer, the escalation ramp, Pakistanis, will they strike? What are they expected to do? Because somewhere one gets the feeling that they may come back and do something drastic or attempt something drastic on Indian soil.
The first thing is we must understand that escalation will happen, because he has to sound his masses that he has also done something. But the larger question is, what is he going to escalate against? There are no terrorist camps for him to target. If he targets the military sites once again, he is going to escalate the entire thing a little further. The very fact that we have given out a very clear statement that this was in response of terror architecture inside Pakistan, and we do not want to escalate any further. This is a clear sign for him to say, don't try and escalate, and don't try and hit our military targets. Because the moment he starts engaging anything which is of value to India, the escalatory ladder is only going to go up. And he's going to get a second or third round of a larger dose, something which is way beyond what he got yesterday. So the next few days are going to be very interesting, because the He has a masses to look at. And like Sushant keeps saying, these people are incorrigible, lot of people. They don't tell the masses the right thing, what is happening on ground. They have to continue showing that they are a superior race, that the Fauj in Pakistan is absolutely the most professional Fauj in the world. And they'll try and play up some story saying that they have downed a couple of our aircrafts. They have hit some. I have already seen some kind of Pakistani noise coming out that they have destroyed a brigade headquarters and so on. It is not so easy to destroy an
That's a
infantry
fake
brigade.
news.
Yeah.
That's a fake news. That's why I'm trying to say they are trying to sound to their own masses that the army is, giving it back.
Right.
Whereas
General, I'll just come back to you in 1 second. We have some exclusive information by way of our investigations editor, Manoj Gupta. We're flashing that on our screens. The details of Operation Sindoor, the approximate distances from India, the considerations for the potential responses have all been accessed. The Jaish headquarters, of course, was struck, which is the seminary that they have.
Markaz Subhanallah.
Yeah,
Markaz Subhanallah, Bahawalpur. Approximate distance from the borders is about 90 kilometers, with nearest border in Punjab and Rajasthan with Bharat. Is the global headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed. Bahawalpur is in southern Punjab. Pakistan needs medium-range missiles. Markaz Taiba, Murid ke Lashkar, that is 25 to 30 kilometers from the Atari border, and is the headquarters of the Lashkar. Close proximity allows for artillery or short-range missiles. Sarjal, Tehra Kalan, is 20 kilometers from Pak Punjab and training hub for Jaish. Akash joining us with more details. So that requires precision strikes via drones or missiles. So clearly, how these targets have been attacked or these targets have been neutralized, that is something which is now perhaps we have some details. What kind of weapon systems would have been used? Yes, Akash.
Anand, last time when Balakot happened, I remember that how, the jets of Indian Air Force went inside the Pakistani territory and dropped those bombs, inside for up to 100 kilometers, in fact. This time around, while it is about the targets, yes, Manoj Gupta is reporting that how, there were targets that are 90 kilometer, away from the LC. And this is the time when, there comes the role of the loiter munitions. I have been, talking about Nagastra and all other weapons, and in fact the, indigenous weapons that we have, the loiter munitions we have. Now, which one was used, is something that we may get, in the press conference that is being addressed by Indian Army and Indian Air Force.
The
but
90
at this point in time, Anand, I'll also try to.
Yeah, the 90 kilometer distance is actually from
Anand,
the international
I'll
border,
try to show you the
Bahawalpur
visuals
to
once.
Rajasthan, Punjab. Yeah, go ahead, please. Yes.
Yeah, there I am showing you the visuals. This is Srinagar Airport. Initially the claim was that, they have attacked the Indian Air Force base here in Srinagar. And, we have in fact been informed that all the schools in this vicinity have been closed because of security reasons. And I'm showing you the visuals that in fact the airport has been closed. All flights, that were earlier scheduled from this particular airport have been cancelled. And in fact, there I'm showing you the visuals. No one is allowed. This particular passage is not for common people. And in fact, I have been told that Indian Air Force is somewhere taking the charge here at this particular airport. This is, of course, because of security scenario and for the safety of the citizens here.
Right.
But then we have several sort of schools in this vicinity. Anand, this is the Kashmir Valley School, which has been, in fact, closed, and it will remain shut throughout the day. And in fact, all these schools in the nearby vicinity have been, asked to remain shut.
Exams
and,
have also been
at this point
postponed,
in time, everyone is waiting for that press conference that Indian Army and Air Force, are going to address, because in that press conference, we'll get to know some sort of details of the sort of attack that was carried out. And I'm not sure whether or not it will be, informed that which weapon was used, but definitely this press conference is going to be very, very important.
Right. Just to get some perspective, that Bahawalpur that has been targeted is about 90 kilometers from southern Punjab of Pakistan. It's located in southern Punjab in Pakistan, but about 90 kilometers from Rajasthan Punjab borders. Now, what kind of munitions would come in place? Short-range missiles will come in. There will be the use of loitering munitions here. Markaz Ahle-Hadith, Bimbar and Lashkar, that's the Lashkar head terror camp. This is in POK. There is Markaz Abbas, that is in Kotli. That's about 10 to 15 kilometers from the LOC. Markaz Rahil Shahid is again about 10 to 15 kilometers from the LOC. The Shawai Nala camp in Muzaffarabad is 40 to 50 kilometers from the LOC. And Sayyidna Bilal camp is about 40 to 50 kilometers from the LOC. So we have the weapon systems, the arsenal to target all these locations deep inside Pakistan or in Pakistan occupied territory very easily, about 50 to 100 kilometers from the border also, without crossing the borders. General Harimon Iyer, perhaps that is critical. Even as we're waiting for that briefing that is scheduled at around 10 a.m., this is the critical aspect. We have not crossed the border this time around. We have not had to get into enemy airspace at all.
Yeah, that is the advantage of having a weapon system like the Rafale. We can have long range standoff attacks. Not that we don't have the other systems like the BrahMos and other long range vectors, but when you use those kind of long range vectors, the escalatory ladder goes up very fast. So it's very possible that there has been a mix of a large number of weapon systems that have been used. It is not necessary that only one weapon system is used on a particular target. It depends on the size, shape, and the kind of target that is being put up. If it is going to be a large structure like the Muridke headquarters or the Bahawalpur headquarters, I'm sure a much larger sized missile would have been used, along with possibly even a loiter ammunition, which cannot be ruled out. Because the aim is to carry out as much damage as you can in a structure which is of that kind of a nature. As far as those camps which are across the line of control, they are possibly more semi-permanent kind of camps where the structures are not so strong. So possibly more loiters and other kind of vectors could have been used. So it is something must have been planned based on the target shape, size, and posture.
Well, before I bring in Air Marshal, we also have a response coming in from Pahalgam victim Bharat Bhushan's father, Chinna Veerappa and Preetam Bharat, who are Bhushan's brother. Both have hailed Operation Sindoor.
People along the border, and they are controlling all the terrorists, and they fight the hideouts of the terrorists, and really they are bringing peace to people in India.
Sir, do you think this is some form of revenge for the unfortunate death of your son? Of course, no one can replace him, but do you feel there is some form of retribution, some form of revenge, some form of justice for your son's unfortunate demise?
Definitely a lot of justice is there, because the army people and air force people, they have done a lot of work, and they have attacked the 9 terrorist hideouts, and they killed them. That's a good news for all the people of India, because hereafter there may not be any terrorists attacking Indian people.
Mr. Preetam, you also saw, unfortunately, you are the ones who also went to Kashmir, ensured that your family came back as safely as possible, and you saw the tragedy that took place there and the pain of many. Do you feel this is revenge for your brother's unfortunate tragedies?
See, he's not going to come back. We have lost him. He's not there. I don't know. I don't want to call it revenge, and I don't want to call it anything else. I think looking from a perspective saying, how do we stop this from happening? I think there is a need for us to give an answer to a certain terror outfits in a certain way. Probably that's exactly what the government is trying to do, because some of these terror outfits only learn from such kind of retaliation. There are some people who are peace lovers, they have been advised peace, that kind of an approach has been taken. There are some people where we need to change the mindset of people as well. I think that kind of approach has been taken. So I think it's different solutions for different category of people, which is exactly what government is adopting to. Hopefully this will bring peace to the nation as well as for the neighboring nations as well. I wouldn't get into the word of using the word revenge. Is that giving us peace? I don't think so. Let's see now how it goes. I'm worried that now that we have made an attack, I don't know how they will retaliate. I don't know how that will further get escalated. The last thing anybody from any house would want to see is civilians being attacked or army personnel being attacked and people getting killed. We don't want to see those visuals, and we don't want to experience that at all. especially after losing our brother.
Nobody wants to experience this again, but is this a deterrent enough, or it does more need to be done? Even as we understand the role that has been played by our forces, targeted and perhaps never before in a long, long time. Sushant, Sareen, should we brace for impact, or should we, or are we already at the ready? The civilian commercial flights from Jodhpur upwards, all the way up to Jammu and Leh, have been temporarily halted. There is as a precautionary measure, at least till afternoon, if not more, till further notice, is what we're given to understand in Jammu Kashmir, Leh, Ladakh, and further down towards Chandigarh. But what next? That's a question. And how much are we ready to escalate this matter? Or this time, do you feel the intent is that if they up the ante, we will go up further? It's okay if it is a little long drawn.
I don't know what the government's calculations is. Like I said, they neither listen to me nor am I privy to what their confabulations are. But the fact of the matter is that I think we'll wait and see. In the next maybe couple of days, it will become very clear whether the Pakistanis are going to actually, escalate. Then we go up the escalation ladder and target, because Pakistan is a very target-rich country in terms of targets. So we can always go up the escalation ladder on that count. And in case they are going to be attacking our defense forces establishments, then there are even more targets available to us. So we'll wait and see how that works out and how that turns out. And then, of course, we don't know whether after we do something like that, there are a couple of rounds of exchanges, things calm down, or they further escalate into a full-fledged conflagration. I would imagine that neither India nor Pakistan would really want to go down that road. But then wars very often happen out of miscalculation and also by accident.
But there are many who believe.
One interesting thing is when Abhinandan happened, I think Abhinandan became, that whole episode became the off-ramp, right? Right now, I don't know what the off-ramp is. Two, the players at that time and the players currently are very, very different by nature, by their politics. For example, for whatever it was worth, in early 2019, Imran Khan, at the height of his popularity, had just sort of come to power, was seen as a politician who had some kind of heft. Certainly, Shahbaz Sharif, no one in Pakistan right now considers him as a politician who has any kind of heft. So he had some degree of heft in 2019, in February of 2019. Also, the army chief at that time was General Bajwa. He was a very different, person compared to the current army chief, which is Asim Munir. They're cut of two different cloths altogether.
Asim Munir is more referred to
the
as
nature of the response from all of these factors, I wish we can get General Iyer and Sushant also to weigh in on this. One, what's the off-ramp here for Pakistan? Two, the characters involved right now compared to the characters involved in 2019. The nature of response will be different because of the characters who are involved.
See, we are talking about an off-ramp for Pakistan. There is another way to look at it, is that there are many here who believe that we don't give, when I say we, India as a government and the Indian armed forces don't give the messaging strong enough to make it a deterrent for the Pakistanis to turn back and come back. So the messaging is, unless there is acreage that shaved off the Pakistanis, there is something hard which hits them, which they lose. They are not going to learn. This will be nothing but a pinch or a kick on the backside, and then they'll come back and do the same thing again via proxy. General Saab, your thoughts?
Yeah. We should also look at the political structure which is there in Pakistan today. Like Rahul brought out, 4 years back or 5 years back.
Zaka was it? Yeah.
There was Zaka. The political structure was totally different. You had a elected government in place. You had the army chief who was on an extension, and possibly a little more reasonable person than the one which is here today. Today, as people put it, in fact, I was hearing somewhere in the American news setup that they are looking at him as a dictator controlling entire Pakistan. The political structure is just a front face, and everybody knows who's calling the shots in Pakistan. So we are dealing with two different level of things as to what happened in 2019 and what is going to happen this time. The other issue is, if they don't respond and if they don't go down quietly down this lane, the whole issue of the Fauj being the savior of Pakistan gets a beating.
Yeah.
So that is something we need to factor in, and I believe that they will possibly go down the suicide lane a little bit, assuming that there could be, their benefactors who are around the world who will come and save them and try and
No,
extricate
but if
them.
they do that, then is Bharat willing to go and then exact pounds, acreage from the Pakistanis to further defang the army, because there are many within Pakistan who want their army and their military establishment defanged.
Personally, if you ask me, if the situation escalates to a level that we have a capability to finish this operation completely, I am sure the current government has the resolve to take it the full distance, and ensure that the complete Pak army gets discredited. And this is something which I have been, speaking right across the time when this crisis has started. By and large, the Pakistani army needs to be, brought to books, and it has to be a system that has back again after 5 years.
And if there is escalation, does Pakistan face multiple fronts? Is there more that could happen with the Pashtuns?
Yes. Now, the Pakistan Armed Forces, army especially, which has been deployed, pulled out and brought to their eastern borders. But now with this strike, the remaining also would be asked to augment. To venture out. And that must be in the mind of their leadership, how much to lead. The international pressure would now start to mount on the establishments, both the establishments, ours and theirs, to contain it to the level which it has gone. Now, this would have been factored into the initial planning. If we want to go up the escalation ladder, the options for us is to strike at the places and open those fronts where they're weak.
Right.
What Pakistanis have basically done is each and every inch of their Punjab is with canals, which they call Ditchkam Ban, so that these are natural irrigation canals which act as a barrier for our movement of armor, tanks, and BMPs. Also, they have heavily fortified by air defense all the targets in this area. But whereas it is quite thin when you go from Rajasthan downwards into the Sindh area, and hardly anything towards Balochistan. So what happens is India has avenues to explore different in case the escalation.
No, abhi to pani bhi band kar diya, so what are those bunds or those canals going to do? So that is also the yes. IWT maneuver is also a significant one. But we've got more news before we come back to this conversation. The Congress has struck a discordant note after Bharat strike against Pakistan. While Mallikarjun Kharge, Rahul Gandhi have all hailed the forces, Congress's Jignesh Mewani's post has stirred controversy. In his post, he has said, "Fight warmongers, religious hatred and fake nationalism. Terror will die of starvation." Pallavi Ghosh with us. Yes.
Well, we were just talking a little while back, around an hour or so back, about how political ideologies, differences being there. But today, every political voice seems to be speaking in the right noise, and also standing united behind the government. I think we all spoke a little bit too soon. So there you have the Congress at it. The Congress MLA from Vadgaon in Gujarat, Jignesh Mewani, strikes that discordant note. He talks about, as you just pointed out, and this raises a question about why is it that many Congress leaders get their timing wrong? At this point of time, even as we speak shortly, the Congress is going to come out with its first official response in terms of a soundbite from Pawan Khera. Mr. Kharge, Rahul Gandhi, just about every top leader of the Congress party have been, kind of lauding the Operation Sindoor and also standing by the government. And they've come out with a detailed statement. Mr. Kharge's detailed statement talks about the fact that ever since the Pahlegam terror attack, we have firmly backed the government. But when voices like Ajay Rai, when voices of Jignesh Mewani, which is just a couple of hours after Operation Sindoor, it certainly does bring out this picture of the Congress party of never being on the right page at the right time. This is a time when we need to show to the world that we are all together, that we all are backing our armed forces. And at that press conference which is going to take place, and in fact it's not even a press conference, it's a statement which is going to come at 10 a.m. This is exactly what they are going to be looking for, a complete unequivocal support cutting across party lines, every kind of an ideology. But Jignesh Mevani's discordant notes raises this whole horrible question that how can politics be far behind?
Right. We go across to Pile just a bit now. We've just accessed this. This is what is going to be officially be shown. We are expecting. This is the detail of the 9 terror hideouts. So the 9 terror hideouts have now been highlighted here. So there is Markaz Subhanallah, Bahawalpur, JEM. That's named number 1 and start. So these are the stars. So this is Markaz Subhanallah. There is Markaz Taiba, that is in Muridke. That's the next one. And there is Sarjal, that is Tehra Kala, that is a Jaish. So these are all the ones that are now being highlighted. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So downward from Bahawalpur, upward towards Muzaffarabad. So number 4 is Mehmoona Joya in Sialkot. That's the that's the Hizbul Mujahideen. So confirmation of what we were reporting earlier. That's now come through. There is Masjid Ahle Hadith, that is Barnala, that is again Lashkar, that is the number 5, target number 5 here, that's come through. There is Masjid Abbas, Kotli, that is Jaish-e-Mohammed, this is number 6 here in Kotli. There is also Markaz-e-Rahil Shahid, Kotli, that's Hizbul Mujahideen Center. So two places of the Hizbul Mujahideen have been struck. Shawai Nala camp, Muzaffarabad, Lashkar, number 8, and number 9 is the Sayyidina Bilal camp, Muzaffarabad, Jaish-e-Mohammed. So Jaish, Lashkar, and Hizbul, these are the ones that have been targeted here, even as news is coming in thick and fast. Coming back to the politics, Payal Mehta with us. So we now have the details and confirmation of what CNN News 18 has been putting out. These are the 9 targets and the reason why. So 3 terror hubs and their centers, their markazes have been targeted. Jaish-e-Mohammed, Lashkar-e-Taiba, and the Hizbul Mujahideen. From Bahawalpur all the way up to Muzaffarabad. Yes, Payal.
Of course, at a time when the entire nation is rejoicing, because Anand, it must have been like the hell of a period for those families who've actually lost their loved ones, or to go through these 14 days and to actually really wait by the hour to see when the revenge would be taken. But at a time, when the entire nation is celebrating, probably Congress party has decided to play the spoiled sport. Even yesterday, you saw Mallikarjun Kharge also making some comments, essentially saying that, why did the Prime Minister cancel his previous visits to Jammu and Kashmir? Was he aware of any intel inputs? Was he trying to save himself? All of this is not going to make them any stronger in this nation as well. The nation has understood that, who these leaders are and what their politics revolves around as well. So, multiple diktats have been given by the Congress party, which have been broken by our colleagues, but they've come of no avail. So whether it's the ex-chief minister of a border state like Punjab, Charanjit Singh Channi, Ajay Rai, or now, Jignesh Mevani from Gujarat, it's very difficult for the Congress party to really justify what answers these questions as well. And of course, with the Congress party's handle in Karnataka coming up and saying peace is the only way out, go try telling this to the families who've actually lost their loved ones. Their answer you will see. The response is what the government has really done today, is what people of the country really want. They've been waiting, saying that Modi has struck them in Uri, Modi struck them in Balakot. So when will the revenge be taken as far as Pahalgam is concerned? So very, very unfortunate, because even the most sternest of voices, which have been diabolically opposite to what the BJP's ideology have been,
right.
Asaduddin Owaisi has also been making a very, very mature statement all through. So obviously the Congress party will have a lot to answer, not just to Prime Minister Narendra Modi or the BJP,
right.
but to the people of the country.
Right. Thanks, Payal. Zaka, more news coming through.
Yeah, top defense sources telling CNN News 18, Zaka Sharma, that the Indian Army played a stellar role, a major role in what happened in Operation Sindoor. It engaged most of the targets. Both the forces, that's the Army and the Air Force, coordinated based on the distance and the vicinity of the target. Some of these targets were almost 90 kilometers inside the line of control on the Pakistani side. The weapons and the weapon systems were also decided based on the input of how far these targets were, these terror targets were from either the international boundary or from the line of control. Akash has more details on this. Akash, so 3-4 things which are important, which are getting underlined is A, none of these flights crossed the line of control or the international border. The weapon systems that were used and which were engaged were purely based on how far these targets were from Indian territory, and basis that these targets were decided and the weapon systems to be used to hit those targets were also decided.
Exactly, Zaka, it was made very clear that none of our jets, crossed the LAC. In fact, And now it is coming to fore that it was a coordinated effort, of course. But then the target and in fact the engagement was decided on the basis of the distance, and we have been told that distance target were basically engaged by Indian Air Force. We have been told that at least two distinct targets were engaged by Indian Air Force and rest were engaged by Indian Army. And this is the reason why we are talking about loiter munitions, because as far as Indian Army's role is concerned, so of course we know that Indian Army, doesn't operate the fighter jets, and that's the reason why they were using these precise, in fact, precision, weapons, which in fact we will get to know as to which weapon, was used. But yet, Indian Army played a major role with, engaging 70% of the targets. Among these 9 targets, we have been told at least 6 to 7 were engaged by Indian Army in this case.
Let's just credit the armed forces for what they have done. Who played a major role, who played a lesser role is immaterial. The fact is that these targets have been neutralized. Going back to our guest, thanks Akash. Zaka, interestingly, there was a reaction of Harshal Dele, son of Sanjay Dele, who was killed in Pehlgam. Sushant Sarin and
All right. So clearly, I mean, what we're awaiting in the next hour at 10 o'clock at the National Media Center, we will have the joint briefing by officials from the Defense Forces and also from the Ministry of External Affairs. Clearly, India is calibrating this response. The first was to put out there the 9 locations that have been hit, 3 of which happen to be the headquarters of the Jaish, the headquarters of the Lashkar, and the headquarters of the Hizbul Mujahideen. Also, the very first statement that the Indian Army PR put out said India does not wish to escalate. It is the terror targets that are being hit. No military installations have been targeted. I want to go back to Sushant Sarin and try and get his perspective. What are you hoping to hear from that press conference, Sushant? Because the Indian armed forces, the Indian government seem to be taking a very measured, very calibrated sort of response, saying that what we are seeing today in Operation Sindoor is simply to avenge or to respond to what we saw in Pehlgam 2 weeks ago.
Zaka, before I answer your question, I just want to weigh in on a couple of things that were being said earlier. I think Mr. Jignesh Mevani, I don't know how much he knows about what happened in this country earlier, but there was a lot of love and a lot of milk of human kindness was flowing between 2004 and 2014. And it wasn't as though terrorism had died a death at that point of time. In fact, we had a lot of terrorism at that point of time. So I really wish politicians would behave much more responsibly rather than, taking takes and making silly comments at this point in time. Secondly, you were talking about the character of the army chief in 2019 and the Pakistan army chief now. While I might agree to some extent that Bajwa and Asim Munir are 2 separate people, clearly they are. But look, I might want to do whatever I might want to do with the Pakistanis. But at the end of the day, I also have to see what my capabilities are. My intentions could be anything, but what is my capability? Do I have that capacity to carry out a conflict with India for very long? Can I sustain that conflict? Maybe yes, a short, sharp kind of a thing, yes. Maybe 2-3 days, a couple of rungs up the ladder. But beyond that, do I have that wherewithal to do it? Can I really depend upon countries like Turkey and other countries to come? And this is not 2 small countries fighting. So I think that calculation will have to be made. So that let's not lose sight of it. And finally, I think it is important to understand that the Israelis, for example, have been beating up, and retaliating against terror attacks. But the terror attacks haven't stopped. So we have to start internalizing it. That we'll have to keep at it, And finally, on your main question, after this long detour, what do I expect from the press conference? I would imagine that a certain amount of information will be shared, much more than what is coming unofficially or what has already been released. Something more, not just virtue signaling that we didn't want to do this, we don't want an escalation. Don't keep mentioning we don't want an escalation. You've already mentioned it.
Right. Harsh Shinglaji is with us. Harsh Shinglaji is with us, but we also have Mr. Rajesh Narwal joining us at this point. Mr. Narwal, namaste.
Namaskar.
Sir, your reaction based on Operation Sindoor?
Yes.
क्या कहेंगे आप?
इसके बारे में मैं स्पष्ट रूप से एक बात कहना चाहता हूं कि जिस दिन 22 अप्रैल की वो दुर्घटना हुई, मेरे जहन से एक बात आ रही थी कि ये कभी भी बख्शे नहीं जाएंगे, कभी नहीं बख्शे जाएंगे, क्योंकि हमारी सरकार बहुत ही सेंसिटिव है इन मामलों में और वो अपना काम, मैं कई बार मुझसे पूछा भी गया कि सरकार से क्या चाहते हो, क्या चाहते हो। मैंने यही कहा कि हमारी सरकार अच्छे से वो काम कर रही है और मुझे पूरी तरह से इस सरकार पर भरोसा है, अपने लोगों पर, कि वो ऐसा होगा कि कभी इस चीज की पुनरावृत्ति करने की भी कोई सोचेगा नहीं
जी।
और वो हमारी सेना ने, हमारे जवानों ने, मेरी सरकार ने, मोदी सरकार ने वो करके दिखाया और मुझे ये पूर्णतः भरोसा था इस बात का, मुझे विश्वास था मुझे।
जी राजेश जी, हर्षल हैं एक और जिन संजय लेले के पुत्र हैं, सुपुत्र, उन्होंने एक बात कही है, मैं आपसे आपके विचार जानना चाहूंगा। उनका कहना है कि अगर हमें ये सब पूरी तरह खत्म करना है तो ऐसे सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक कंटिन्यू होने चाहिए। पहले भी हमने स्ट्राइक किया है पर वो सुधरे नहीं है, ये पाकिस्तानी सुधरने वाले नहीं है, ये इनका कहना है। आप क्या कहते हैं, इतना करके हमें रुक जाना चाहिए?
मैं कहना चाहता हूँ, देखो हमारी जो सरकार है और हमारी सेनाएं हैं और उसके जो विंग्स हैं, जो इसके एजेंसीज हैं, वो इन पे हमेशा नजर रखती हैं और कभी ऐसा जरूरत पड़ती है तो उन्होंने किया भी है और भविष्य में भी वो इसको करेंगे। करते रहने का मकसद तो कुछ और हो जाता है फिर, ठीक है। हाँ, इससे उनकी ये जब तक आतंकवाद खत्म ना हो, इस तरह की घटनाएं खत्म ना हो, तब तक मात्र मैं नहीं कहूंगा कि भाई भारत सरकार पूरे वर्ल्ड को ही इसके अगेंस्ट खड़ा होकर के और इनको नेस्ता नाबूद कर देना चाहिए। आतंकवाद की समस्या को समूल नष्ट करना चाहिए, जड़ से पेड़ को ही उखाड़ दो। आतंकवाद नाम का जो पेड़ है, जब उसको उखाड़ देना चाहिए। और बिल्कुल सही प्रिसाइज से एक स्ट्राइक किया है कि टारगेटेड मतलब टारगेटेड सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक किया है। यस, तो कहते हैं कि चोर को मत मारो, चोर की माँ को मारो। बेसिकली हमें वो स्कूल, वो इंस्टीट्यूट जहां पर ये तैयार होती है आइडियोलॉजी, और इस तरह से ब्रेन वॉश किया जाता है, इस तरह की बीज बोए जाते हैं, हमें उसको ही समूल नष्ट करना चाहिए। हमें मीन्स पूरे वर्ल्ड को चाहिए, विनय तो शांति से रह सकते हैं।
विनय तो वापस नहीं आएंगे,
देते रहेंगे,
विनय तो वापस नहीं आएंगे। लेकिन ऑपरेशन सिंदूर, इस ऑपरेशन को नाम दिया है, इस पर आपकी प्रतिक्रिया? आपको लगता है ये सही नाम था, सही नाम चुना है?
नाम इससे अप्रोप्रिएट नाम नहीं हो सकता, क्योंकि मेरी बहनें, मेरी बेटियां, इस देश की बेटियां, बहनें, माताएं, उनके सामने इतनी निर्ममता से उनके सिंदूर की हत्या की गई, उनके सुहाग की हत्या की गई पूछ करके। इससे घिनौना कृत्य नहीं हो सकता दुनिया में कि निहत्थों पर तुम वार कर रहे हो।
जी,
बीवी के सामने, वाइफ के सामने, बच्चे के सामने आप क्या कैसे कर सकते हो? एक आम इंसान नहीं कर सकता, जिसमें जरा सा भी इंसानियत नाम की चीज है, वो कभी नहीं कर सकता ऐसा। तो उन्होंने जो किया है उसका जवाब देना ही बनता है। और जब तक आतंकवाद नामक पेड़ को जड़ से उखाड़ करके उसकी जल समाधि, अग्नि समाधि ना बना दें, तब तक हमें पूरे वर्ल्ड को ही नहीं बैठना चाहिए।
जी नरवाल जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। थैंक यू वेरी मच। आई आल्सो वांट टू गो अक्रॉस टू फॉर्मर फॉरेन सेक्रेटरी Harshpreet Shringla, former Indian ambassador to the United States. Mr. Shringla, thank you very much for joining us. Your first thoughts in the immediate aftermath of Operation Sindoor, the first set of conversations that have happened are between the National Security Advisor and the US Secretary of State and now acting NSA, Mr. Rubio. Mr. Rubio has also tweeted and he said he's spoken to his Pakistani counterpart as well. They want to try and resolve this quickly and peacefully. What are the kind of conversations that are happening right now? We believe that your colleagues in the MEA have spoken already with government representatives from Saudi Arabia, from UAE, US, of course. What are the nature of the conversations you think are likely happening right now, and what is the priority and the focus for everyone?
So first of all, I think congratulations and thanks are due to Prime Minister Modi and the brave members of armed forces who really delivered, a response to the Pehlg attacks with a calibrated and precise sort of strike, targeting terrorists and terrorist infrastructure inside Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. At the same time, I think, I was very touched by what Lieutenant Narwal's father just said, that whatever we do, the pain of that, the terrorist attack on 22nd April can never be fully erased. But we have to do what is very, very much in our karma. And I think we have done what is necessary. And yes, we have reached out very quickly and immediately following the strikes to some of our main partners, the United States, UK, Russia, but also Saudi Arabia, UAE, and conversations have been held at different levels. And I think it's important to immediately brief your partners at the global arena about exactly the nature of your strikes, the intentions
your
behind it,
assessment,
and what could be
Mr. Shringla, your assessment of some of the responses that we've been getting from the United States, the UAE, and some of our other partners, Israel. Do you believe that the world is going to lean on Pakistan now to perhaps pull back, restrain itself, and not go down the path that it has? India has only targeted terror infrastructure. So, first of all, the choice of targets diplomatically, what does that convey? And secondly, how the international community has responded to India's outreach?
So I think in the first place, all our interlocutors have appreciated the fact that our, response was very calibrated and very precise, that we focused on non-state actors and terrorist infrastructure. And we did not in any way, want this to be an escalatory sort of situation. And I think our interlocutors do understand that they now need to lean very heavily on Pakistan. I don't think this is what we are saying, but this is coming from their side, that they don't want this to escalate. They don't want this to become another confrontation arena. That what had been necessary in response to terrorist attack has been undertaken, and that Pakistan needs to now get its own house in order rather than to escalate matters that for which we are also fully prepared and would be responsive. So this is something that I think at the global diplomatic level, phone lines will be working overtime. I think there will be a lot of calls being made at very high levels, and then certainly I think Pakistan would feel the pressure of some of its major international.
I also want to ask you, since you said Pakistan will feel the pressure, obviously the Americans have leverage over the Pakistanis, the Saudis do, the UAE, Emiratis do. What about China? Why are we not hearing about conversations with China? Because if there's any country that can bring pressure to bear on Pakistan, it would be China, right? Even in these last 2 weeks, I've not heard of any conversation between foreign minister and his counterpart in China. Why is that?
Well, China has, to some extent, been supportive of Pakistan following the Pehlg attacks. I think we've seen some levels of exchanges, some support in terms of equipment, etc., being supplied. Clearly, China was not willing to leave its so-called all-weather friend, when it comes to an actual confrontation with India. I don't know how much we can rely on them. But I think even China would understand that any escalation of this conflict is not in the best interests of its own best interests and anyone else's interests. So I'm sure quietly they're also doing their bit to ensure that this issue does not get beyond what it has already reached. But I don't think we as a country could count on China to act at our behest, or to act in a manner that would be in the interest of.
Okay, and very quickly, a final word before we thank you. The IMF meeting, the bailout meeting, is happening in 2 days' time from now in Washington. Do you think that will be pressure enough on Pakistan not to climb the escalation ladder, not to retaliate?
That's very important, because I think Pakistan is very heavily relying on the IMF bailout. They've bailed off a very large, 22 or 23 bailouts so far. And I think it's important that they continue getting that IMF support that they're looking for. I think our approach there will be calibrated by their action, but clearly I don't think we are in a mood to allow them any more leeway in that area. And our representatives in the IMF, I think, will be acting under very strict instructions when it comes to their
Finally,
responses.
Mr. Shringla, look, the IMF at some level takes its cue also from DC. So is the Indian government, has it been able to impress upon the Trump administration to leverage their muscle, their weight, their influence over the IMF? Because that's an important thing that we're looking at. Also, of course, the FATF grey list.
Yes, so I cannot say with any level of certainty, but I do recall that in similar instances when I was in DC, I had gone across, met the Assistant Treasury Secretary or the Deputy Treasury Secretary, the Minister of State for Finance, if you may call it the equivalent of that, and pressed upon the need for the US to take steps that would be in keeping with responsible actions and our own desires. And the US at that time was very responsive because they saw Pakistan as a malign terrorist actor and certainly were supportive of our efforts, very supportive. So I have no doubt that they will be supportive even in this instance.
All right.
Harshinglaji, I just have one question, your own personal opinion on this operation being named Operation Sindoor.
No, I think it's very fitting. I mean, nobody better than Lieutenant Nawaz's father can tell us, and I think and all of the others who've already responded that this is a fitting sort of title, considering that it is the women who were spared, but nonetheless who have to now face the agony of living their lives without their husbands and their dear ones and close ones. And I think Operation Sindoor is a very strong symbol of the country's rage and frustration that has led to the action that we saw in POK in Pakistan earlier this morning. So I think this is a very appropriate sort of
Thank you,
Secretary.
Thank you, Harshinglaji, for speaking with us. We got news coming through. The stock markets have started trading. The Sensex is down by 460 points.
Have opened and it's a good morning. This is a very sort of kind of capitulation or panic moves at this point in time. So it is a very measured start as far as our markets are concerned. And I would also imagine been factored in by market participants, and that is what we're seeing on the screens at this point in time. There as far as the markets are concerned, but the markets will track what is going to happen in terms. But at this point in time, there are several other factors to contend with as well. In fact, overnight we had the big India on and so forth, reacting positively. The defense stocks are, of course, reacting on account of the news of Operation Sindoor, flight disruptions already. A thing that we will need to deal with. So, counter the fact that you are seeing these Air Force exercises underway, as well as the drill open for civilian purposes at this point in time. So that's going to be a separate side of the story to watch out for. Advisories being issued at this point in time. The UK government issuing an advisory. So, we will have to. The US, you were talking about the IMF, that crucial meeting is on the 9th. Will there be a change as far as the IMF's position on any further loans to Pakistan is concerned? That is going to both asking for de-escalation. All of that will, of course, play out as far as market sentiment is concerned. And by the way, at this point in time, the Nifty has moved into positive territory. So as I said, it's a very measured reaction by the Indian stock market.
So Shireen, just very quickly, I mean, how much of this is because of the fact that markets had already sort of factored in some kind of kinetic response by India? And also, secondly, the announcement of the free trade agreement yesterday with the UK, I believe there was some announcement of some kind of deal with the US as well that came late night. Again, how do you see that playing out once the immediacy of this operation and possible retaliation by Pakistan, once that cloud passes? Do you think the markets will continue?
They're already in the green now, even as we speak. Yes, Shri.
Yes, and that's what I was talking about, Zaka, that we've already seen the response from the markets moving into positive territory at this point in time, because nobody wants an escalation, and certainly the markets would not.
Evaluated and reviewed by many across the world, given the kind of strikes that we have done and the precision with which we have executed this. But you heard General Saha, Major Manik Jolly. Do you agree, disagree with the fact that there could be a certain level of escalation by the Pakistanis, and there may be some elements, they may activate some of their proxies on our soil? Should Bharat immediately respond with perhaps a far more punitive calibration if there is anything that happens here, any event that happens here? Should we then move to a certain level of escalation?
Hi. I actually totally agree with what you were saying. There will be some action from Pakistan side. The action, it is just not about saving face in the local population, but also a military would like to, and since they are so bifurcated in that country, the decisions don't come as a calibrated and a cohesive decision between the military and the politician for government. The military, Asim Munir especially, would like to take this on and go ahead with some action. So India, but I would, if you ask just my personal opinion, this is the time we hold on for a moment. I think rather than taking it as we are building up on what we did last night, we should hold on and see what they are trying to do, and then maybe respond in a more stronger way. Because now we are anticipating. This is all speculation that we are talking, that they'll do this or that. So let's just see what they do. Because there's a slight chance they might not react. Let's say even if it is 1%. That gives a tendency to, or even a possibility of this actually calming down the whole scenario for both the nations. And that is something that the governments might be looking at. So this is the time we should actually wait rather than thinking on escalating it even more. We have given our message. Sindoor has been a fantastic success.
I think the statement that was put out by the army also makes it very clear that this is not escalatory in nature. We've not crossed the line of control. I've got Ashok Malik also joining us. So the nature of the conversations, the diplomatic fallout, Ashok, of this, conversations between the National Security Advisor and Secretary of State Marco Rubio, MA officials have spoken to their counterparts in Saudi Arabia, UAE, etc. What is happening right now, you reckon, in South Block, and how does India manage the diplomatic fallout of Operation Sindoor?
I think the diplomatic fallout is fairly along expected lines and fairly measured. Apart from a few countries which remain Pakistan's steadfast allies, that I've seen the Turkish foreign minister's response. Apart from those countries and perhaps Beijing, the fact is most countries don't have patience for Pakistan's terror infrastructure and expected some Indian response. They don't want a full-fledged war. Nobody does. Nobody in India does either. But they do expect some sort of a response. And I think I believe this response will have a lot of support because it has been a measured response, a targeted response. The Prime Minister and the military have collectively chosen very specific targets, attacking LET camps or the headquarters in Mudrike and the Jaish-e-Mohammed facility. These are not nursery schools.
All right, I think we've just lost him for a bit there, but he's back. Yeah.
Back. Yeah. So these are nurseries of terror, and people would expect that they would be targeted. These are legitimate targets. The bigger message India has sent, to my mind, is that after Uri in 2016, we moved into POK, Pakistan Occupied Kashmir. Balakot was in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. This time we have gone into Punjab, Pakistani Punjab. Asim Munir, said a few days ago that Kashmir is Pakistan's jugular vein or the Pakistani army's jugular vein. Quite honestly, the Pakistani army's jugular vein is Punjab heartland. And we have, the Indian army has, the Indian military has, the Indian government has, and India as a country has shown that Pakistan's Punjab is itself vulnerable. We can strike that. There is a long-term implication to that message, which Pakistan will have to absorb and ponder.
Ashok, one more question before we let you go. Who are the countries right now in the world who have the leverage with Pakistan, and particularly with the Pakistani Defense Forces, Asim Munir, because ultimately whatever action they choose to take or not choose to take will be Asim Munir's decision. The civilian government, I guess, will sign off on it. Who are the countries right now who have the leverage with him to force him not to climb the escalation ladder?
Well, I suppose the only countries that really matter for him are the two big powers, China, which is his in a sense Pakistan's patron, and the US. But the degree to which he'll be able to listen to them or is something I really doubt, because he has to save face after all his braggadocio over the past few weeks, and I expect he will want to respond in some manner. And I don't believe what we are seeing today is the end of it, to be honest.
And do you reckon that the IMF meeting, which is in a couple of days from now, I think it's $1 billion package of the overall $7 billion package, that will have any pressure to bear on how the Pakistanis choose to respond or not respond?
Well, I still believe even they'll probably respond after the meeting if they do at all. But they wouldn't want to sort of queer the optics for that meeting. But for domestic face, the Pakistani army would have to respond. Remember, this is not a strike on some part of frontier province. This is a strike in Punjab, Pakistani Punjab. And do remember, the Pakistani army only took the 65 war and India's response seriously when the Indian army went into Pakistani Punjab.
Correct.
So Punjab is their jugular vein. Punjab is their heartland. They will take this more seriously than frankly they took 2019 or 2016.
All right, Ashok Malik, thank you so much for joining us and putting your thoughts into perspective for our viewers. I also want to go across to another piece of breaking news. I think Amit Shah is just leaving his residence. We're not sure where he's headed to. He could likely be headed to 7LKM, the Prime Minister's residence. He's also put out a tweet saying that the government has expressed its resolve that a befitting reply would be given to the perpetrators of Pahalgam, and that has now been achieved. Bharat firmly committed to eradicating terrorism. Operation Sindoor is a manifestation of that resolve. Let me go across to Payal Mehta, who has more details on this. Just walk us through what else the Home Minister has said in his tweet.
Well, of course, the Home Minister, as much as every citizen of the country, will be breathing a huge sigh of relief. Zaka, multiple questions were asked, what will India do? When will India take revenge? In fact, just a couple of days ago, when he was speaking at a function in the national capital, the first time since the attack, he came out and said, don't worry, India will seek its revenge as well. So obviously, it's a big occasion, for everybody. Everybody's rejoicing at this right now with the fact that Indian armed forces have been taking revenge, and the Home Minister putting out a tweet over there, acknowledging the contribution of the armed forces and of course the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And since you mentioned that he's left from his house, in all probability he'll be heading to the location where I'm standing at. He'll be coming to the 7 local landmark residence of the Prime Minister, given the fact that the cabinet is at 10 or something is what we're given to understand. But before that, CCS will take place, and CCS is where Amit Shah is also a member. So technically speaking, the Prime Minister will officially be briefed by various personnel in the CCS about what the activities really are. Multiple people have been briefing. Ajit Doval has been the key person who's been briefing him throughout. We of course do understand Dr. Jaishankar could also be working the phone lines. Ajit Doval himself has spoken to the US as well, and Mr. Jaishankar, I'm sure, has also spoken to multiple states. So where does this really stand? Where does the operation capability of India?
Because you can understand it's a ongoing situation, and we don't want to. I don't want to give you any information which is so far not credible with me. We don't have any information so far on the exact damage there. In the capital city of Azad Jammu and Kashmir, I have reports of one bomb which went on a road. However, there was another attack which happened on a mosque. And this mosque was incidentally, it was only yesterday that the Information Minister of Pakistan took the international media, the local media to this place, because there has been a long, India keeps on calling certain places, alleges them as training centers, that sometimes as launch pads, and this has been saying it for years and years. So only yesterday, the international media was taken to these alleged fake so-called places of worship or places which are known as alleged as these training centers. So this place was visited by international media just yesterday. It was there, and everybody saw it. that there were innocent people living there. There was civilian population around that. So that is the third place that they have hit. And again, there are reports of deaths over there.
Can I ask you, sir, as
cases-
this, you're well aware, I don't have to tell you about the danger of further escalation, given that we're talking about India and Pakistan that have fought wars before, both of which are nations that have nuclear weapons. Where do you believe this current exchange of fire ends? What is Pakistan's intention as to how far this goes?
So this is what the politicians and diplomats, I am a military man, I'll give you the information which is in the military domain. That's not my place to comment on that. I can tell you that the armed forces of Pakistan will defend the territorial integrity, sovereignty, and honor of Pakistan at all costs.
Before we go, I wonder if I can ask about your response to India's accusations that Pakistan shared responsibility for the deadly terror attack that took place inside Indian-administered Kashmir. How does the Pakistani military respond to that accusation?
Yeah, so as you might have seen, that Pakistan's government of Pakistan in the National Security Declaration that it gave immediately afterwards, it said very clearly that Pakistan condemns terrorism in all forms and manifestation anywhere in the world. Pakistan itself is one of the biggest victims of terrorism in recent time, with thousands of people, civilians, losing their lives, hundreds of billions of dollars of damage to the economy of Pakistan. I will not go into details of the fight that Pakistan is fighting against on terrorism on daily basis. I'll just tell you that just today we lost 7 soldiers. We just lost 7 soldiers fighting against these terrorists in Balochistan. So Pakistan position on terrorism by words and by action is absolutely clear to everyone. And that is why the government of Pakistan, once these acquisitions were made, came out very clearly and cleanly that if there is any evidence, then there's a need for an internationally recognized, some transparent, third party, credible, who should take on this evidence should be provided to it, and we are ready for any sort of such investigations. And that's the stance the Prime Minister of Pakistan, the government of Pakistan took, which is a very reasonable and a very logical stance.
Well, Lieutenant General Ahmed Sharif, spokesperson for the Pakistani military, we do appreciate you giving us an update on the situation. We hope we can stay in touch during what promises to be some tense hours going forward.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay.
We do have some new video coming in to CNN of these attacks. Let's have a look. This was posted to social media. We're told it is from Bahawalpur in Pakistan. Of course, from the size of that explosion there, you could see it was quite a significant strike. Joining me now to help put these strikes into context, CNN military analyst Colonel Cedric Layton. Colonel, thanks so much for joining. I don't have to tell you, as a former intelligence officer, the dangers inherent in an armed conflict, an armed exchange of fire between these two nuclear armed powers. But first, I wonder if you could put into context what we have seen so far, in that India has struck not just inside Pakistan-controlled Kashmir, which of course forms the center of the disputed territories between these two nations, but also inside Pakistan itself. And hearing just then a spokesperson for the Pakistani military telling us Pakistan considers this a blatant act of war.
Yeah, Jim, this is one of the most dangerous situations that you can possibly get into between these two nuclear armed powers. And one of the things that Lieutenant General Sharif, the Pakistani spokesman, mentioned that caught my attention was the fact that he said that the Indians used standoff weapons against the Pakistani targets. So what they were doing was they were flying along the Pakistan-Indian border, according to what General Sharif was saying, and then using standoff weapons to attack targets with Pakistani territory. So that is significant. In some ways, it's sending a message that they have the offensive capability on the Indian side, but that they are holding back. They are not overflying Indian airspace, Pakistani airspace, but they're going after targets in Pakistan that they deem to be necessary. It's also interesting to note, Jim, I think that he's basically saying that no Pakistani military targets were struck. The Indians have said that he did not indicate that any of them had been struck in his conversation with you. There are other reports out there that maybe that I'm not sure that that's completely accurate. In other words, that there might be a Pakistani airbase that may have been struck, but we'll of course have to see. So it seems to me that the Indians are responding to the terrorist attack that killed 26 tourists in Kashmir, but that they are doing so in what they think is a restrained fashion. When you listen to the Pakistanis, of course, they don't see that as being restrained at all at this particular point in time.
Listen, and that of course, is the difficult calculus of any situation, that one side's measured response could be seen quite differently by the other side as a major escalation. Given your noting that point about India using standoff weapons, you heard the Lieutenant General there say that Pakistan was able to shoot down 2 Indian aircraft during this operation, taking them at their word, and given that this is early on, still battle damage assessments to be done, that would then indicate significant capabilities, would it not, to shoot down Indian aircraft at a standoff distance?
Yes, it potentially would. Again, it depends on distances and it depends on a few other factors. One of the things to keep in mind is that historically the Indian Air Force has had issues with a very high accident rate. Whether or not these were actual shoot downs or mechanical malfunctions remains to be seen, and we may never know exactly which is which. But let's assume for a second that these were shoot downs. That would be a significant situation, because it would mean that the Pakistanis are using their capabilities very close to the India-Pakistan border, and they are going in a way that would allow their capabilities to actually basically blunt the Indian attack. And so if that bears out, then there is a chance that the Pakistanis are going to find themselves basically in a fairly equal footing, at least for the moment, against the Indian Air Force. But the preponderance of numbers, when you look at what we call the air order of battle, is definitely on India's side. It has a larger military, but this appears to be, for the moment, confined to an air war as opposed to an air and ground effort. And so that could also be significant and may indicate a desire to limit the type of retaliation that India is conducting at this point.
I want to ask you, before we go, just an assessment of the military capabilities between India and Pakistan. India, of course, is a larger country. It also has a larger military than Pakistan does, although they are both nuclear armed. India's military, for instance, more than 1.5 million personnel. Pakistan, a little less than half that. India has aircraft carriers. Pakistan does not, although both, of course, do have nuclear weapons, with India perhaps having an edge. Are they mismatched partners in any potential broader military conflict?
Yeah, they definitely are. And historically, Jim, that has been the case. For the most part, India has maintained a superiority in terms of the actual weapons that it has, and in terms, like you pointed out, the actual strength of their militaries in terms of the personnel. The Indian Air Force, for example, is composed of both Russian-made and French-made assets, like the Rafale fighter jet and Mirage fighter jets. On the French-made side, They also have Russian-made jets like the Su-30. Pakistanis have a mix. They have F-16s that they got from the United States. They have some Chinese weapons. They are very capable in terms of employing these weapons, and both sides have done some extensive training with the suppliers of their arms. So they've sent pilots to France and to Russia on the Indian side, and Pakistan has sent them to the United States and to China. So in many ways, there are significant capabilities on both sides, but in terms of sheer numbers and in terms of the tactics that they use and the sophistication of their respective plans, I would have to give the edge to the Indians because they have not only honed their experience, they've also modernized their forces considerably over the last few decades, and that would mean that it would be a fairly tough road under most circumstances for the Pakistanis to actually impose significant damage on the Indian military capabilities.
Final question before we go, Cedric Leighton. In situations like this, between armed rivals, when shots are fired, military to military communications matter. They're essential because they can often prevent misinterpretation of acts and allow for communications to de-escalate. Do India and Pakistan have such active channels?
They used to, and I think the answer is that in this particular case, Jim, those channels are at the very least interrupted, if not outright broken. I don't believe that they are communicating military to military at this particular point in time, although they may be doing so at some point in the not too distant future, because I think both sides will find it in their interest to de-escalate if at all possible.
Cedric Leighton, retired colonel, thanks so much. More now on our breaking news coverage. India has launched a major military operation. It says it targeted what it calls terrorist infrastructure inside not just Pakistan-administered Kashmir, but also Pakistan itself. India says it struck 9 sites, that none of them were Pakistani military facilities. Pakistan's prime minister says his country has a right to respond, what he calls an act of war. Just a short time ago, a military spokesperson, a Pakistani military spokesperson, told me the following on the air.
Tonight, it was an unprovoked and blatant act of war. Once the Indian government, on their instructions, the Indian Air Force, while they remained within the Indian airspace, violated Pakistan's sovereignty, and they're using the standoff weapons. They have targeted civilian population across international border at 2 places, that is Muridke and Bahawalpur, and at 3 places across line of control at Muzaffarabad, Kotli and Bagh. That is in Azan, Jammu and Kashmir, which is a disputed territory. They targeted the places of worships, the mosques, the places of worships of Muslims. The Indian armed forces have martyred innocent civilians, which include women and children.
I should note that Pakistani military spokesperson also told me that Pakistani forces shot down 2 Indian aircraft during this operation, Indian military aircraft during this operation. We have not yet heard an Indian response to that claim. President Donald Trump commented on the Indian strikes just a short time ago, calling them, quote, a shame. The U.S. State Department says it is closely monitoring developments. CNN has reached out to India for additional comment. Also, we have offered them an opportunity to speak to me on the air. The Indian Ministry of Defense released a statement earlier saying, quote, these steps come in the wake of the barbaric Pahalgam terrorist attack in which 25 Indians and 1 Nepali citizen were murdered. Our actions have been focused, measured, and non-escalatory in nature. No Pakistani military facilities have been targeted. India has demonstrated considerable restraint, this statement goes on to say, in the selection of targets and the method of execution. Aparna Pandey is a research fellow at the Hudson Institute and joins me now. Aparna, this is, of course, a situation that many had feared, and that is a retaliatory attack by India for the terror attacks which India has blamed on Pakistan, and now Pakistan, of course, vowing its own response, a crushing blow as Pakistani officials told my colleague Nick Robertson. So we are in this tit for tat situation. What are the dangers right now?
Thanks, Jim. I mean, if you recall a few days ago when we spoke, I had said that a punitive attack is bound to happen, and India will try to make it non-escalatory. That's what the Indian military has tried to do, and that's what the press release says. I heard the Lieutenant General, the DGISPR. I still think that, sort of it will be akin to 2019, where sort of India struck. At that time, Indian fighter jets had entered the Pakistani airspace. This time they did not. So Pakistan will respond. However, we need to wait and see how Pakistan will respond and whether it will do simply what it did in 2019, which is strike and come back. And then the two sides can de-escalate, or will then the Indian side respond again? If the Pakistani strike is a small strike, the Indian side can does not need to escalate it any further. Each side will get one strike, and then they can de-escalate. We have seen this film play out before, Jim. It's happened periodically.
Sure.
And unfortunately, I think it will happen again and again, as long as there are terror strikes inside India which have any link to Pakistan.
Let me ask you this, because our Nick Robertson noted on the air that these Indian strikes did not hit just inside Pakistan-controlled Kashmir, but also inside Pakistan itself.
Yes.
How significant is that? And should we expect that Pakistan's response, which it is now vowing, might do the same in effect, and that is strike inside Indian-controlled Kashmir and India itself?
So, Jimmy, if you recall, in 2019 also, India did not strike inside Pakistani-administered Kashmir. They struck in Bahawalpur was in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. So they actually crossed the Pakistani territory, stuck in Bahawalpur, and came back. So it's not different. This time, this sort of, attacking outside of Pakistani-administered Kashmir is not different. Secondly, the sort of, Muridke and Bahawalpur, Muridke is the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Taiba. Bahawalpur is the headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed. From the Indian side, they have attacked terror camps, and they've attacked the headquarters of the two main terrorist groups that have targeted India and Indians. That is how the Indian side sees it. It is not targeting civilians. It is targeting terrorist headquarters, including of these two terrorist groups.
I understand that's the Indian view, but of course, as we heard on the air, you have the Pakistani military spokesperson saying that civilians, including women and children, died. And that, of course, is the danger in any exchange of fire like this between armed states, is that they will each see it differently, right? Which is exactly what we're seeing play out here.
Absolutely.
So can India credibly claim that this was a non-escalatory attack?
So in sort of, India says it has struck only the terrorist headquarters and the terror outfit, the headquarters. And everybody knows that Muridke and Bahawalpur, where they have struck, are the headquarters of Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed. Now, even if India claims that and Pakistan knows it, Pakistan may still deny it. The DGISPR made no mention of the terror groups whose locations were struck. He only spoke about women and children. So Pakistan can still claim that these were not terrorist headquarters or terrorist outfits which were targeted. They did the same in 2016 when India had done a surgical strike. They said there are no terror camps. Pakistan's official sort of statement is there are no terror camps inside Pakistan.
Mm-hmm. Well, listen, we can only hope for communication between the two sides to prevent this from getting hotter than it already is. Aparna Pandey, research fellow at the Hudson Institute. I'm sure it's not the last time we talk about this. Thanks so much for joining.
Thank you.
Well, joining me now from New Delhi in India is the journalist Vedika Sood. Vedika, thanks so much for joining. I wonder if you could describe the politics of this attack inside India right now. Where is the Indian public as it stands with regard to Indian military action inside Pakistan? Do they welcome it? Do they support it?
Yeah, Jim, when this attack took place about 15 days back inside Indian-administered Kashmir, ever since the Indian Prime Minister, his government, and the people of India have been talking about quote-unquote revenge. The Indian Prime Minister had come out himself to say that we will pursue these people to the ends of earth. Only 2 days ago, the Defense Minister of India, Rajnath Singh, had come out and said, we know what you want, and under the leadership of the Prime Minister, you will get that. But he didn't expand further. The public rhetoric has been very high on, avenging the deaths, the brutal massacre of 26 tourists, of which 25 were Indians. Now, if you remember, in the year 2019, the Indian Prime Minister, under his leadership, had withdrawn the special status that Kashmir had enjoyed for decades. He took that back and had promised that he will bring peace back to the valley. And then you had some attacks happening, militant attacks happening in Kashmir, but nothing as big as what you saw in April, in the third week of April, which was the massacre of these tourists. So it was incumbent in many ways on the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi to take action, and action that he has been promising over the last 3 weeks. In terms of the Indian media, there have been many news channels who've come out asking for military action. In terms of the public, the sentiment has been very supportive of the Indian government's promise to take that action, which we've seen in the dead of night tonight. This is something that was expected largely, and I say this purely because in 2016 and in 2019, when there were terror attacks in Indian-administered Kashmir, the Indian government did strike back, like Aparna said, within 11 and 13 days. And we're talking about the 15th day today, going into the 16th day.
Right.
So yes, this was expected. The public sentiment has been with the Indian government to avenge, quote-unquote, the deaths of the Indians, because even experts have said this, Jim, and this is something that I know as a journalist being on the ground for almost 2 decades. It's an unstated fact that you don't attack tourists in Kashmir, because that does impact the local people also. So
Understood, but I should note that
this was expected, Jim.
I know it was expected. The question is, what are the consequences here? As you know, Pakistan, the Pakistani government, denied any involvement in those terror attacks or any support for, and they say that while there were ties in the past between government agencies and some of these militant terrorist groups, that they no longer exist. How is that claim, that defense, received in India? Do Indian officials, does the Indian public find that credible?
And not at all. In fact, many would say it's an open secret that Pakistan, and I'm talking about the Indian sentiment purely here and the Indian government's reaction or what they feel and what they've stated in the past, that it's an open secret that Pakistan harbors militants. So this is something that India has believed for very long. If you remember the Mumbai terror attacks, there was a dossier sent with evidence from India to the Pakistani government, but little or no action was taken because the Pakistani government came back saying that they do not harbor terrorists in Pakistan. So this has been the claim by Pakistan over and over again. Whichever attacks you talk about in India, where India has claimed the hand of Pakistan-sponsored terrorists is a claim and the term that they usually use, Pakistan has usually come back with a complete denial. So this is something that India was expecting even after they put out a statement claiming that it was all because of Pakistan sponsoring terrorism that this attack took place in Pehlg on the 22nd of April. And ever since, we have been seeing a lot of meetings that the Indian Prime Minister has been holding here in India, back-to-back meetings, Jim, with the military heads, with the heads of government, with security heads over the last 14 days. He's been extremely busy. And that was one indication, if I may, that something was cooking, something was about to happen. And given, like I said, that there were strikes in the past by the Indian military in Pakistan-administered Kashmir in 2016 and 2019, a military offensive, a military attack was expected. At what scale is something that we would obviously not be aware of because everything was decided behind closed doors. In terms of what the impact of this would be, well, you've heard from the Pakistani side already, but India, of course, is going to be on high alert for weeks to come. And also what's interesting is on Wednesday, which is, it's about 3:45 here in the morning in India, in New Delhi, but today the Indian government had asked all states and federally administered territories in India to prepare for security drills. This is something which is very rare as a directive. It's not happened in the last 2 to 3 decades that there has been a sweeping directive by the Indian government to hold security drills across India. So that is what India will wake up to as well, along with this news of the military strikes by the Indian side in Pakistan and Pakistan-administered Kashmir.
Yes. And of course, the news, as we were told by a Pakistani military spokesperson a short time ago, that Pakistani forces shot down 2 Indian aircraft during this attack. We're waiting for an Indian government comment on that. Thanks to Vedika Sood, who joined us there from New Delhi. Joining us now, Tanvi Madan, Senior Fellow at the Brookings Institution. Thanks so much for joining. I've covered a number of these before, and I'm sure you have witnessed similar exchanges like this before between India and Pakistan, 2019, 2016, going back to the 2000s. And at points during these military engagements, there have been concerns about escalation right up to and including a nuclear exchange. We're not there yet. However, the concern, as always, the fear is, how do you put a lid on a cycle of attacks and retaliatory attacks? Where do we stand now? And do you see Pakistan with the ability here to respond in kind, but not in such a way that it leads to a broader military conflict?
I think that is going to be the effort, Jim, on the part of a number of countries who are now going to intervene with Pakistan, calling them up using various sources. You will see the Brits probably do this, from Washington, of course, perhaps calls from senior government officials here, as well as not just the Saudi Arabian officials, but the UAE potentially as well. I would also suspect that China as well is going to be in close contact with Pakistan. But part of what we don't know is in 2019, China was not as helpful as they've been in the past to de-escalate the situation. The effort will be on the part of everybody to try to either get Pakistan not to respond, but thinking that that's going to be unlikely, to at least get them to respond in a way that is not escalatory, but is kind of in a way that satisfies the public, but not, for example, strike Indian military targets.
Now, I mean, one could say that was already the situation with India, right? Because the feeling in India, as we just heard from the New Delhi-based journalist, was that India had to respond to these terrorist attacks that took place inside India-administered Kashmir. India is describing its response as focused, measured, and non-escalatory in nature. However, it did attack both inside Pakistan-controlled Kashmir and inside Pakistan itself. And I wonder, does that allow for a measured response from Pakistan?
I think there will be a lot of pressure on the Pakistani establishment, particularly the military leadership, to respond in kind. Having said that, even Pakistan does not want an all-out war. Neither does India. At the end of the day, both countries have a lot to lose. Pakistan on its economic side, it's also facing strategic headwinds from a number of countries and adversaries. So neither side wants this to go beyond the point. One unknown in this is we have a very different Pakistani military chief, army chief this time than in 2019. General Bajwa was not considered as assertive as General Munir, the current army chief. And so that's something to watch. But I think this is why you will have a number of countries weighing in with Pakistan right now to ensure that it doesn't, that reaction is measured to the extent possible.
The question will be, does that encouragement, does it work? Tanvi Madan from the Brookings Institution, thanks so much for joining.
Thanks, Jim.
So, breaking news that we bring to your attention this evening. India's armed forces says it's carried out precision strikes in Pakistan and Pakistan-administered Kashmir. In a statement, it says 9 sites were targeted. It follows 2 weeks ago an attack on tourists in Indian-administered Kashmir, which left 26 people dead. Over the last 2 weeks, India and Pakistan have engaged in various bellicose acts, both verbal, diplomatic, trade and travel restrictions. There's been water treaty suspensions between the two, between India and Pakistan. And the statement, and things have been deteriorating more. Nick Robertson is with me. We've got a statement there. Before I come to you, Nick, the statement says, from India, says, these steps come in the wake of the barbaric Phalagam terrorist attack in which 25 Indians, 1 Nepalese citizen were murdered. According to the India's Ministry of Defense, it refers to the attack. Of course, Nick Robertson is with me. Nick, good evening, good morning to you. The Indians also say our actions have been focused, measured and non-escalatory. No military Pakistani facilities have been targeted. It says India has demonstrated considerable restraint in the selection of targets, etc., etc. But Nick, the mere fact that India has taken military action against Pakistan and Pakistan-administered Kashmir is a massive escalation, even though it was expected.
It's a huge escalation, Richard. It is the very early hours of the morning here. The information coming in is sketchy, but it does seem to run in par with what India is saying about hitting that number of different locations inside Pakistan and Pakistan-administered Kashmir. Now, from the Pakistan perspective, they had never accepted India's allegation that Pakistan was behind that attack that killed 26 civilians. Officials that I've talked to here, senior security officials, very senior security officials, have all said exactly the same thing, that as a matter of military doctrine, without any shadow of a doubt, if India strikes Pakistan, Pakistan will strike back. And the way that they would strike back would depend the way that they were struck. And the fact that it is not just Pakistan-administered Kashmir that has been struck, it is Pakistan proper that has been struck. That is a massive, massive escalation at this time. Really, we need to wait until we get more information and more details available to us. But the indication at the moment is this is on the extreme level of the sort of response that Pakistan was expecting. Pakistan had expected a response, had said they'd expected an attack. They had indicated that they thought a week ago that an attack had been planned but didn't take place. That was the information that they were saying. They couldn't provide full details to sort of support that. However, they were expecting this moment.
I get the sort of feeling here that we're heading into obviously an element of tit for tat, and one's done one now, one of the others. But at what point will both sides be looking for that common, all right, you've done your bit, we've done our bit, we don't want it to escalate any further than that. To use a horrible phrase, honor's been served on both sides.
The conversations that I've had have indicated that from a Pakistani perspective, if there was a strike and they did, and from India, and they did respond, then for them that would be it. But now Pakistan has to calculate the nature of its response in the light of the fact, as I say again, that they have struck Pakistan proper, which was at the extreme end. So this is what diplomats have been worrying about. Will, as you say, honor have been served? And I think at the moment that question is very, very hard to judge.
If we go back to the original horrific murders, 25 Indians and the Nepalese, the Indians essentially say that the Pakistani were either involved or complicit, despite whatever rebel group there might have been involved in this. To that extent, can we attribute, how much can we attribute to what India says as being valid?
Well, if you were to ask Pakistani officials, security officials, and I have senior security officials, they would say no. They would say India's allegations that they were behind and complicit with these groups might have held water several decades ago, but they say they don't support those groups. In fact, they would say that one of the groups that India appears to link to the attack is under house arrest in Pakistan. They would say that there was no interest in them doing this because it doesn't serve them. They're fighting an insurgency on their western border, and to have to pull their forces to the east to face India is counter to that. They would say that their economy has been improving and that they wouldn't want the economy to be dragged down by a conflict. So these are the things that officials have been saying to me when I asked them about India's allegations.
Nick Robertson, I'm grateful. Thank you, Nick Robertson. Very late night, early morning, and obviously you've got many more hours ahead. We'll leave you to get on with your news gathering duties. Thank you, sir. Cressween's business. We'll have more in just a moment. Breaking news to bring to your attention. India says it has launched a military operation against 9 sites in Pakistan and Pakistan-administered Kashmir. These are, well, I mean, you can't really tell much from these pictures, but they are from the scene, and I'm told that there are pictures of explosions, but we'll obviously need to sharpen up the pictures in the hours ahead, and we'll see to them. Sajjan Goel is the International Security Director at the Asia Pacific Foundation. I'm guessing no one is surprised by what's happened, and everybody is horrified by it. One and the same thing because of the escalation and what it portends.
Well, Richard, you're absolutely right. No one was surprised. The question wasn't if it was going to happen, it was when. And we've now seen coordinated strikes, it seems, by India's Air Force in Muzaffarabad, Kotli, and Bawalpur. The suspicion is that they were probably targeting terrorist camps that have belonged to groups like the Lashkar-e-Toiba, in which its affiliate, the TRF, the Resistance Front, stands accused for the attack that has got us here today.
So what does India hope to achieve by this? Besides honor must be served from what they believe was the complicity or in the terrorist attack. Other than that, what do they hope to achieve by this action? It's bearing in mind that we now just are waiting for at what point will Pakistan retaliate?
Well, if we go back to what transpired several years ago, you may remember the 2019 Balakot airstrike, where Indian warplanes targeted certain strategic parts of Pakistan-administered Kashmir, and that was after an attack in Jammu and Kashmir, and a suicide bomber killed dozens of Indian security personnel. Now, India, I think you're seeing a demonstration of their frustration with the fact that these terrorist groups have been allowed to operate in Pakistan unhindered. And that has been an ongoing challenge, Richard. We've been talking about this, you and I, for the last 2 decades and during the war on terrorism. So nothing has necessarily changed, but what you're seeing is that under this government in India, they are pursuing a more direct approach as opposed to, say, the previous strategies by the Manmohan Singh government or the Vajpayee government.
So what do you believe was the object and goal of the terrorist attack, besides the murder of the people involved? Was it to inflame tensions between the two countries, which rarely need much kindling before they set off?
The timing is really interesting, Richard, because that particular terrorist attack coincided when U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance happened to be visiting India, ostensibly to talk about a trade deal. And there's often been this concern that as India and the United States gets closer, there are concerns that Pakistan tends to get nervous, tense about that closening of relationship. And they try to remind the West, they try to remind India that they're potentially still there as a nuisance factor. Because we know that Pakistan's military and the intelligence agency, the ISI, tends to have these very murky ties with these terrorist groups. And keep in mind that if you look at other instances, whenever India and Pakistan seem to have a thawing in relations, suddenly you have a terrorist that ruins the relationship. Go as far back to the 2008 Mumbai attacks, where you had these marauding terrorists from the Lashkar carrying out.
So put this into perspective so I can understand, because the moment you hear that India and Pakistan are in any form of hot war or hot activity, one always thinks, oh, no, we're in real trouble here. Two nuclear powers who basically loathe each other at a certain level and never miss the opportunity to attack. So how would you gauge what we're seeing tonight in terms of seriousness?
It's very significant because this is the first time you have seen coordinated multiple airstrikes occurring. In the past, we saw specific targeted operations by the Indian military. This time, they seem to have expanded it quite significantly. The Pakistani military has already reacted to say that they may retaliate at a time of their choosing, because in Pakistan, the military is seen as the most powerful entity. If they don't react, it could look as a huge sign of weakness. But there's also going to be a lot of pressure on Pakistan by the United States and other countries to not escalate the situation. In fact, the US had been telling Pakistan to condemn those terrorist attacks, the reason why we've got to this situation in the first place. And even though there was some comments by the Pakistani government, they didn't do enough to actually condemn it, which implied that there was a degree of complicity.
We'll talk more. I'm grateful to you, sir. Don't go anywhere. We've got more. I was just thinking about the answer you gave me about the degree of seriousness. It's not the answer particularly we want to hear, but it is the answer that we need to hear tonight to try and help put us into perspective. Stay with me, sir. Don't go away. We're going to take a short break. It's Quest Means Business. There's a lot of breaking news, and you need to hear it after the break. Allow me to bring to your attention India's armed forces says it's carried out precision strikes in Pakistan and Pakistan-administered Kashmir. 9 sites have been targeted, according to India's Ministry of Defense. We've got a statement. Let me go through it, if I may. These steps come in the wake of the barbaric Pahलग terrorist attack in which 25 Indians and 1 Nepali citizen were murdered. Now, we know about this as Islamabad has denied any involvement or complicity in the attack. Aparna Pandey is a research fellow at the Hudson Institute. Let me start, as I just asked our previous guest, to give me an idea of how significant, look, when you hear India and Pakistan firing at each other in any shape or form, it is serious matter, obviously. But how do you gauge the seriousness of what we're hearing tonight?
Hi, Richard. It is serious anytime 2 nuclear-armed neighbors up the ante. However, the attacks are similar to the 2019 attack. At that time, India had struck a terror outpost inside Khyber Pakhtunkhwa in Pakistan. This time, it has just crossed the border and struck terrorist camps. And the Indian ministry's press release, which you read out, says it is focused, measured, and non-escalatory. So it was predictable that India would respond with a punitive strike, but India is trying to ensure that the message goes out to everyone that India has no intention to escalate this to war. That is what the Indian government is trying to let everybody know. And so while it is significant, it is not worse than 2019.
But Pakistan, and when I say must retaliate, I mean only by their own definition, Pakistan will retaliate in some shape or form. I feel that awful phrase, proportional response, which, as they once said in the West Wing, would somebody please tell me what is the definition of a proportional response? But I feel that that's where we're heading to, isn't it?
Yes, Pakistan will be forced to respond. The question will be what happens after that. If you recall 2019, There was a terror attack inside Pulwama. India responded by a strike inside Pakistan. Pakistan responded by a strike inside India. And then there was a dogfight between their air force, and it stopped after that. So Pakistan will respond. The question will be, what will Pakistan strike and where will it strike?
So who are the interlocutors that have any form of influence over where this goes? The US, EU, China, Russia. Who is playing which side of the blanket?
So US would be speaking to both India and Pakistan. China primarily to Pakistan. Russia is speaking to both. Of these, the country which has normally played the key role is United States, because it has leverage with both countries. And so I'm sure the US State Department and NSC are having conversations to ensure that it doesn't go up the escalatory ladder more than, you have struck, now you have struck, now, now let's sort of, stop this and have conversations and move forward.
Okay, but I need to also understand, how does the new Trump administration, the new much more muscular foreign policy of the Trump administration, we know that the president likes the Indian Prime Minister very much, and just by the visits, recent visits that they've had. So where has Donald Trump, to your best reading, shifted US policy on India-Pakistan?
Actually, no, Richard, I'm sure you saw the video in which when the president was asked about the India-Pakistan when the terror attack inside India took place last week on 22nd, he was asked, and the president said that, he has good relations with both India and Pakistan. This has been going on for a long time, and he will let the two of them sort it out, and that the Kashmir conflict has been going on for 1500 years. So I do believe that, the president himself has not shown an interest in getting into the weeds on Kashmir. But I'm sure the outgoing National Security Advisor, Mr. Waltz, and Secretary Rubio and Secretary Hegseth are in the weeds.
Sir, I'm grateful. Thank you. We'll talk more.
Thank you.
And we'll be back with more breaking news from India and Pakistan after this short break. Breaking news at this hour. India says it has launched a military operation against Pakistan. Those are the explosions that you're going to hear. You can't see the video necessarily, but you can certainly hear what happened. India says it's targeting terrorist infrastructure in both Pakistan and Pakistan-administered Kashmir. Whichever way you look at this, it's a major escalation after a terror attack on tourists in Indian-administered Kashmir left 26 people dead. The Pakistani military says it will respond at a time and place of its choosing. So Jan Goel is the International Security Director at the Asia Pacific Foundation. Let me just read you the interpretation of it. India's defense ministry says these steps come in the wake of the barbaric Pahलगाम terrorist attack in which 25 Indians and 1 Nepalese citizen was murdered. Forgive me looking down reading. Our actions have been focused, measured, and non-escalatory in nature, and goes on to define that. No Pakistani military facilities have been targeted. India has demonstrated, etc., etc., etc. Is this likely to be the telegraphing of that? Is that likely to be accepted by the Pakistani side?
Well, Richard, I suspect that the Pakistani military will be under huge pressure to be seen to react in some way, because keep in mind that Pakistan is a somewhat fragile democracy. It is a democracy where the military has overbearing influence, and they've often projected themselves as the guardians of the country. Now, the guardians, so-called, have suddenly taken a massive hit in terms of their authority. So there will be huge expectation for them to react, and that's where there could be a potential escalation here. For India, based on what you read out, it seems that Operation Sindoor, as they've called it, that is the end of it for them. The question is now how Pakistan reacts.
How do you think they will?
Well, if we go back to what transpired in 2019 with the Balakot Pakistan then did react several days later by sending its fighter planes, including controversially an F-16, which it wasn't supposed to, based on the agreement with America. They used that to target India. And then the whole situation looked very tense because an Indian pilot ended up being taken hostage by Pakistan. He was eventually released. So we hope we don't get into a situation like that again, where the situation continues to spiral. And I think where the United States is potentially going to put huge pressure on Pakistan not to escalate, as is China and potentially some other countries like Saudi Arabia and the UAE.
So let's just look at this from the Pakistani side for a second. The Prime Minister, Shehbaz Sharif, how much pressure, been in office just over a year, how much pressure is he going to be under, or they're going to be under, on the response? But at the same time, their own precarious position at home, as you just said, makes a response necessary, proportionate, but difficult.
Shehbaz Sharif is going to ultimately have to sanction whatever the military tell him to do. So the person that's really going to be key here, Richard, is the Pakistan Chief of Army Staff, Asim Munir. And keep in mind that in many ways, he has contributed to this escalation because he gave a very fiery speech just a few days before the attack, the terrorist attack in Jammu and Kashmir, in which he talked about Kashmir being part of Pakistan's jugular vein, and in many ways that was interpreted as a kind of warning to India that Pakistan seeks to ramp up tension. So Asim Munir is the key. He will decide what transpires. Shehbaz Sharif will literally just rubber stamp that.
On either side, is there anyone who is sort of trying to find the middle ground of compromise here?
At the moment, I don't think there is any chance of compromise between India and Pakistan directly. The key, Richard, has always been that there are these terrorist camps in Pakistan-administered Kashmir and elsewhere that have churned out extremists that have carried out terrorist attacks in India. They also aided the Taliban in Afghanistan and were also tied to other groups like Al-Qaeda. And that infrastructure has never really been fully dismantled. If Pakistan is ultimately going to be able to make any headway, that's the key.
Stay with me, sir. As always, I need you sitting next to me to help me understand these very complex things. But I've also got Aparna Pandey, the research fellow at the Hudson Institute. The putting together of it all, viewers watching in other parts of the world, the heart will sink and the worry and the blood pressure will rise, and people will naturally be saying, as I, oh, here we go again. Can't these two just, to quote the famous phrase, can't they just get along? Can't they just sort it out? It's not an unreasonable thought, but it's a very difficult one to execute.
Yes, it is. And this film has been playing since 1989. For the last 35, 36 years. There's a terror attack inside India. It is almost always tied to a terror group or an outfit inside Pakistan. There's an escalation. Historically, India used to keep strategic restraint and not respond. And the international community would come in, apply pressure on both countries, and they would back off. India has changed that since 2016, because from the Indian point of view, nothing is happening. And the international community is not applying enough pressure on Pakistan. And Pakistan is not getting rid of its terror infrastructure. So India has decided that it needs a punitive response each time, but one that is not escalatory.
Very difficult. I mean, that is, because, and I realize the environment is completely different. But I sort of feel similarities with, say, for example, when Israel and Iran attacked each other, in the sense that you you knew what each side was doing, you knew the telegraphing that was taking place, and you hoped to God that that they didn't miscalculate on either side so that there would be massive escalation. Is that where we are now?
So it will all depend, Richard, on how Pakistan responds. India has targeted only the terror camps, the 9 sites, Bahawalpur, Muridke, they are the sites of Lashkar-e-Taiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed, all the terror outfits. It has not targeted any other civilian or any military target. It has simply stuck to terror camps and the headquarters of these terror groups. If Pakistan responds like it did in 2019, then it will not escalate. But if Pakistan responds differently, then, we don't know. It can escalate within, however much India may want to calibrate, it is very difficult to calibrate an escalation with nuclear armed neighbors.
Yes, I'm grateful you put it in those terms. Thank you. Stay with me, as all. The journalist Vedika Sudhi is with me on the phone from New Delhi. I bet the mood, well, first of all, let's start with the mood there tonight.
Well, Richard, what we're hearing now is that the attacks have taken place, the assault from the Indian side. In fact, on Twitter, the Indian Army on the official page had said about an hour back, and I quote them here, ready to strike, trained to win. And then about 40 minutes back, they've again said justice is served, Jai Hind, which is a way of talking about hailing India. Now, as you said earlier, strikes were expected because there's a lot of rhetoric over the last few days by the Indian government, by the people, by the media here, where they were expecting attacks or assaults to take place. If you remember in 2016 and 2019 as well, when there were terror attacks in India, the Indian government and the Indian military did strike back within 11 to 13 days. So an assault of some sort was expected from the Indian side, and it's happened in the dead of night now. As you can see, there are also visuals coming in from the other side where you do see explosions taking place. At least the audio of it can be heard. Now, what does this really mean for India and Pakistan? Both sides have been upping the ante. They've been taking on each other verbally, and we have to see how Pakistan now responds beyond talking about this strike. In the dead of night, India has struck Pakistan, but they have said that there has been no harm done to any military establishment. They have said this is just on the terror groups and the outfits really on the other side of the border.
And if you look at the government, in New Delhi, what is domestically the political calculation that the Prime Minister will be putting forward?
Well, straight after this terror attack that took place in Indian-administered Kashmir last month, the Prime Minister came out and promised, and usually he speaks in the first language here in India, which is Hindi, to his people, but when he vowed to avenge the attack that took place in Indian-administered Kashmir, he spoke in English. And his message was loud and clear about 2 weeks back when he said that they will pursue these people to the ends of earth. And that is something that he promised to walk the talk over. He also had his defense minister come out about 2 days ago and promise to a crowd in a state in India, stating that what they want, quote unquote, without going into any further explanations, will happen. So the rhetoric was there for a while. Now, what does this mean for the Indian government, like you asked? Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi in 2019 went ahead and took a huge step in Kashmir, which was to take away the special status that Kashmir had. And at that point, he promised to bring peace to the valley. And it was upon him, this huge responsibility now, about 15 days after this terror attack, Richard, to make sure that he walked the talk on it, because it was a huge step that he had taken domestically about 5 years back.
Grateful for you, Vedika. Thank you. We'll talk more. and I'll have more on the breaking news. I'll update you, and we'll look at the military and the political implications. Obviously, as our guest just said a moment or two ago, whenever you have two nuclear powers firing at each other, there's always grave cause for concern, and none more so than tonight.
No, it's a shame. We just heard about it just as we were walking in the doors of the Oval. Just heard about it. I guess people knew something was going to happen based on a little bit of the past. They've been fighting for a long time. You know, they've been fighting for many, many decades and centuries, actually, if you really think about it. No, I just hope it ends very quickly.
There's a real Aparna feeling there of, oh, here we go. I mean, and this is my interpretation. Here we go again. Let's just hope it's over quickly. But there doesn't seem to be, we're going to get our hands dirty here.
Richard, no. I mean, sort of the here we go again. I'm sure every capital in the world says that because this has been happening for, in some ways, we can go back to 1947, the number of 4 wars the two countries have fought. But in connection to the terror attacks and the escalation, it's about 35 years. So yes, there is capitals around the world would like India and Pakistan to move forward, to have conversations and to sort of, and to prevent this from happening. But for sort of, you asked Jad the question about, how will this change? You sort of, 2019, when the last attack took place, let's remember 2 years later in 2021, India-Pakistan signed a ceasefire agreement, and that held for 4 years. The Indian External Affairs Minister visited Pakistan last year for a conference and a summit, and there was a talk that there is some back channel conversation going on whether things could improve. Unfortunately, as long as Pakistan keeps that terror infrastructure inside its country, there will be these attacks. And every time an attack takes place, it is very difficult when we live in a world of social media and populism for any country not to respond. And so India is forced to respond, which then leads to a Pakistani response.
Thank you to both.
Hopefully, it stops at that, and there is no further escalation. We just need to sort of hope that, enough international pressure on Pakistan and India sort of leads this not to escalate beyond one demonstrative strike by Pakistan, after which the two countries should this time actually have conversations.
Aparna and Sajan, I'm grateful for both of you. Thank you. Joining me now, Michael Krillman, South Asia columnist, joins me for the Foreign Policy magazine. We've sort of, I guess we've already determined through our various contributors and guests that the seriousness of the situation tonight, that this is the last thing anybody wants to see. And as I understand it, the best hope here, and it is a flaw, is that having now attacked, Pakistan does what it says it must do because of the, quote, heinous activities, but it sort of gets contained within this ambit. Is that realistic?
The most recent cases where India and Pakistan have had military crises, they have been relatively brief. And I think you were discussing earlier with your earlier guest that in 2019, India responded to a terrorist attack on its soil with strikes in Pakistan. And Pakistan responded, and there was a brief dogfight between the air forces of the two countries, but then things wrapped up pretty quickly after that. So my understanding is that Pakistan is in the process of responding right now to India's strike. But I think the question becomes, after Pakistan's counterstrike, what happens next? And that's where I think the escalation risks could really go up. And that's why I think the international mediation will become all the more important at that point.
But Michael, the international mediation by who? Because just listening to President Trump now, admittedly, the Secretary of State and the new and others in the administration may get themselves more involved. But the president doesn't sound like he particularly wants to get involved. So who intermediates this one?
Well, I mean, the last India-Pakistan crisis in 2019, you had the first Trump administration in power. And it did intervene quite heavily at that point. In this case, you're right. It's unclear how the president would feel about this, but the State Department has been very active already. Secretary of State Rubio spoke with his counterparts in both countries some days ago. And just today, the State Department spokesperson said that they're very engaged in talking with both Pakistan and India. But I think that you need to look at other mediators, not just the United States. I think there's some strong candidates in the Gulf, particularly the Saudis, the Qataris, the Emiratis. They have very strong relations with both India and Pakistan. They've got a lot of leverage over them because they supply them with a lot of energy and other assistance. And there's a president. Sorry, I was just going to say the Emiratis actually mediated the very border truce that your last guest was talking about back in 2021.
And if we look at the roles that they've been playing, mediating and talking, whether it's Gaza, whether it's all these other areas, the Omanis, so these countries are involved. Would you expect them to want to get involved?
Well, I would think so, just because they've shown a willingness to do so and a comfort level, more so than the United States. I mean, interestingly, Iran, the other day, the Iranian foreign minister was in Pakistan to meet with officials there, and he said that he wanted to mediate this dispute. He plans to be in India later this week. That's an interesting case. Iran doesn't have all that strong relations with India or Pakistan, but you are having a number of countries that want to try to help. No one has an interest in an all-out war, that's for sure, including India and Pakistan. They don't want an all-out war either.
We'll leave it there. I'm grateful, sir. Thank you. And that's Quest Means Business. I'm Richard Quest in New York. On the other side of the break will be Jim Shooter, who has more on this breaking news, because the news never stops. Neither do we.
Welcome to The Brief. I'm Jim Sciutto in New York. We begin early today with breaking news. India launching a military operation targeting what it calls terrorist infrastructure inside Pakistan and Pakistan-administered Kashmir. The sounds of explosions during those strikes. India says it struck 9 targets, adding that none of them are Pakistani military facilities. A Pakistani military spokesperson says the country will respond to those attacks, adding that at least 3 people have been killed in the Indian strikes. This comes after gunmen killed 26 people in Indian-administered Kashmir last month. India blamed Pakistan for those attacks. Nick Robertson is live now in Islamabad, and it's worth reminding our viewers that these are 2 nuclear-armed nations that have fired at each other before. Tell us what the situation is now and concerns about escalation now.
There's a real concern about escalation. Pakistan vowed that if India attacked, that they would respond. That was part of their military doctrine. They believe, and I've been speaking over the past few days with very senior security officials here, and they believe that this incident inside Indian-controlled Kashmir, where 26 civilians were killed, that India blamed on Pakistan, that Pakistan denied, they believe that this had now come, the relations with India had now come to a defining moment where Pakistan needs to take a definitive stand, because India has threatened to cut off water supplies coming down 3 major rivers. Vital, existential security officials describe the water from those rivers. So this is the sort of context to why that this is at a moment of extreme potential escalation. Pakistani security officials are saying that they are right now, their air force right now is in the throes of delivering what they describe as a crushing blow to India as a response for this strike. Previously, when I've spoken with Pakistani officials over the past few days, they've said that if India's retaliatory strike, which they thought was coming, they said if it just came in Pakistan-administered Kashmir, that would be something that would be more easily tolerable than striking Pakistan proper, if you will. At least 2 of the strikes we understand this evening, and we're getting these early details, are in Pakistan proper. This tells me, from what the officials have been speaking about, that this will demand from the Pakistani side a much higher level of response. Again, this speaks to the potential for escalation. How does India respond to this? One of those strikes in Murad K inside Pakistan proper was literally just about 20 miles from the border with India. So for their fighter jets, if that's what it was, to come over and strike, that was a relatively easy operation. However, these strikes have been on the audible, if you will, outskirts of Islamabad. Our cameraman here with me, Javid, his house is about an hour from where we are in the center of Islamabad. His house shook. There were 2 loud explosions, he said, and his house shook from those explosions. So that gives you an idea how close some of the strikes have been to Islamabad, perhaps about 50, 60, 70 kilometers away. The other explosions I was describing that have happened elsewhere in Pakistan have also been near the major city of Lahore, the sort of very outer reaches of that. So again, these are very strong signals, if you will, that the Indian military is sending to the Pakistani government. Again, it speaks to the potential for escalation. We have to wait and see what Pakistan's response is, what it's been. They describe it as crushing. We don't have details yet, and therefore what India may do after that. Jim?
Nick, I wonder, given that India's strikes, and this is notable to your point, struck both inside Pakistan-controlled Kashmir and inside Pakistan proper, is it reasonable to expect that crushing blow, as Pakistani officials are describing it, might do the same in kind? That is, strike inside Indian-administered Kashmir, but also perhaps inside India itself?
I think there's a genuine potential for that. And the military here have released pictures of some of the victims of the overnight attack from India. And first assessment of the Pakistani military here is that they only have civilian casualties. And some of the images they released show women and children blooded and inside a hospital. So again, that the fact that women and children have been injured beyond military-age males is going to, if you will, ratchet up the potential for response. Now, Pakistan's military is describing the casualties that they've seen so far as civilian casualties. It's unclear to me whether Pakistan would strike back at military targets or if they would strike back beyond that. If they strike back at military targets, there's a potential that escalation doesn't get out of hand. But this is, the tensions have been hugely high. The Pakistani security officials believe this is an existential moment. The fact that the water to the country that powers a lot of the electricity generation here, that's absolutely vital, it's vital for agriculture. They feel that as an existential issue, and therefore their response was going to be accordingly strong from that perspective. It's very unclear to me where it will go from here, but the language has been very, very clear. If you track it, and I've been coming here for about, well, over 25 years. I first came here when Pakistan and India were fighting another one of their major skirmishes, which killed thousands of troops high in the Himalaya mountains inside of Kashmir, the Kargil battle that lasted several months. The language has become much harder and tougher in Pakistan from the military since then. This is an army, remember, that's been fighting an insurgency on their western border that has actually become increasingly ferocious as the security situation in Afghanistan has deteriorated and Islamist militants have used Afghanistan as a base and attacked into Pakistan with ferocity, that the army here over the past couple of decades has become tougher and stronger militarily in their ethos, in their outlook, and one can even say in their leadership. So there is a very strong and toughened military from the Pakistan's perspective, but also from the way their leadership evaluates the battle space and relation with neighbors. It's quite, in military terms, it's a tough leadership right now.
And Nick, drawing on your experience of previous high points in tensions, just personally, I remember being in India and Pakistan some 20 years ago in the 2000s when there was concern that there might be an escalation even to a nuclear exchange. Granted, just concern, and of course that didn't come to be. But place this current standoff in recent historical context in terms of how severe the tensions are today.
To give it a sort of try to give it a simple context here, you have a tougher and, if you will, more forward-leaning military. You have a military that, in the estimation of most Pakistani civilians, has a big influence in the running of the country. So there's that perspective. It's a tougher, more forward-leaning, more robust outlook, and national security decisions would reflect that. That this tension has been growing, as you say, it's unresolved for 75 years since the dispute over Kashmir left unresolved in 1947 after the British Empire basically divided India into two countries, Pakistan and India. Pakistan, of course, Muslim majority, India, Hindu majority. They fought three major wars in the intervening period. 71 was one of the biggest, and various skirmishes as recently as 2019 and more subsequently. But in the outlook of where the situation is, it is the fact that India has decided to shut off water from these three major rivers that feed Pakistan's agriculture, therefore economy, therefore more than 200 million population, and power generation, which is vital, particularly in the summer when it gets extremely hot. It's needed for air conditioning, running industry. So these are existential issues for Pakistan at the moment, and that's, I think, that will underpin the thinking, and has been expressed to me by very senior security officials here, that the water issue is key. And I think, just to give a little bit of additional background on the water, this is something that was being litigated in courts in recent months. And the Pakistani perception is that India had been looking for a legal way to abrogate the terms of that Indus Water Treaty signed in 1960, had been looking for a legal way to do that in recent months, and had taken this particular killing of 26 civilians as a rationale and reason to immediately jump to that position. So this is something that Pakistan has seen coming, and therefore they believe that this is not just a sudden decision by India. It's something they're pushing for.
Brewing for some time. Nick Robertson, thanks so much. Please stay safe where you are. Joining me now is a spokesman for the Pakistani military, Lieutenant General Ahmed Sharif. Lieutenant General, thanks so much for taking the time.
Thank you.
So we hear from Pakistan's military, and I'm quoting here, that this heinous provocation, which is how it's describing the Indian attacks, will not go answered. And my colleague there said he has been told that Pakistan will deliver a crushing blow in response. Can you characterize in any way how Pakistan is intending to respond?
Thank you. I would like to first inform you that tonight, it was an unprovoked and blatant act of war. Once the Indian government, on their instructions, the Indian Air Force, while they remained within the Indian airspace, violated Pakistan's sovereignty. And they're using the standoff weapons. They have targeted civilian population across international border at two places, that is Muridke and Bahawalpur, and at three places across line of control at Muzaffarabad, Kotli and Bagh. That is in Azan, Jammu and Kashmir, which is a disputed territory. They targeted the places of worships, the mosques, the places of worships of Muslims. The Indian armed forces have martyred innocent civilians, which include women and children. During this process, the Indians also caused grave threat to commercial airplanes as part of their flagrant aggression. We strongly condemn this cowardly action of India, which is in any form a flagrant violation of the United Nations Charter, international law, and all established norms of interstate relations. As you know, this is in the wake of the Pehलगाम attack, And in taking the context that the Indian leadership has once again used the bogey of terrorism to advance its sham narrative of victimhood. They have jeopardized the regional peace and security. And I must say that India's reckless action has brought the two nuclear-armed states closer to a major conflict.
You say
as the situation is continuing. Yeah.
You say, Lieutenant General, that this is an act of war. Are you saying that India and Pakistan are at war?
Yes, this is an act of war because our territorial integrity, our sovereignty has been violated. Our innocent civilians, including women and children, have been targeted. Our places across the international border, at two places, that is at Bahawalpur and at Muridke, 3 places across line of control in Azad Jammu and Kashmir have been targeted. There are deaths over here. There are women and children who have died. The places of worship have been hit. So this is, by all definitions of international norms, standards, this is an act of war. And in accordance with the Article 51 of the UN Charter, and as per international law, the government, the armed forces, and the people of Pakistan deserve all the rights. And as we are talking, the response is a befitting response is being given to this act of aggression of the Indian armed forces and the Indian government.
Okay, to be clear, just one clarification here, because language, of course, matters in quite sensitive situations. You say this is an act of war by India against Pakistan. Are you saying that Pakistan is now at war with India?
You see, what I am saying is I am describing you a situation which is evolving as of now, right now. Pakistan, in the middle of the night, has been attacked by the Indian armed forces at 5 places. All the places that have been hit are civilian locations. There are deaths of children, women, places of worship, mosques have been hit. There are dead bodies, and they have targeted innocent people without taking care of any norms of international law and interstate relations. And Pakistan, as per Article 51 of the UN Charter, as per international norms, has complete right to defend its territorial integrity and sovereignty. And the people of Pakistan has the complete resolve to do that.
You said just a moment ago that the response by Pakistan is already underway. Are you saying Pakistan has already launched a response, or it's preparing a response?
What I can inform you that there are 2 confirmed aircraft of the Indian Air Force have already been shot down. There are other reports of multiple damages that the Pakistani forces, both on ground and air, have inflicted. But I can confirm you at least 2 aircraft of Indian Air Force that have been downed.
And that was while they were over Pakistani territory?
We don't have the complete operational details right now, but I can confirm you that 2 aircraft of Indian Air Force have been taken down. The locations that I have so far are around Bathinda, that is in India, and in Akhnur. And so there is an engagement that has taken place, is already ongoing between the 2 air forces.
India has said that this was, and I'm paraphrasing here, a measured attack, perhaps signaling that they don't want to escalate further, or at least communicating no desire to escalate further. You say Pakistan will respond. What is your concern that this will escalate into a broader conflict?
You see, Pakistan, by being a very responsible state, offered post-Pahalgam incident that in international, neutral, credible, transparent investigations by the incident can be done. should be done by, and Pakistan is ready to cooperate to any independent investigations where the evidence that is being produced, which we have not seen so far, any evidence that how Pakistan was involved in this Pahalgam incident. Rather than taking the path of talks, the path of rationality, India has taken the course of military aggression. So, how Pakistan had already told, while that situation was going on before tonight, that Pakistan will respond, has reserved all the right to defend its territorial integrity and sovereignty. And that's what we are doing. And that's what we will keep on doing.
I wonder if you can describe in more detail the targets that were struck by India. You mentioned mosques, other civilian sites. Indian officials have said they did not strike any Pakistani military sites. Can you give greater detail as to where the Indian attacks landed?
Yeah, I can tell you. So there was one attack was at a mosque, at a masjid, which is the Masjid Subhanullah. This is near a town which is known as Ahmedpur East. That is in Punjab, the province of Punjab. The details that I have with me so far is that in this attack on this mosque and the adjacent quarters in which the families were living, there were one boy and one girl who have embraced martyrdom, who died. Who died. There are 10 males who are injured. There are 2 females who are injured, and right now there are 4 people who are under the rubble. There's a family, father, mother, and there are 2 children who are under rubble, and efforts are being made to take them out. And these were the families who were living in the adjacent quarters of the mosque. The second attack that was in Kotli, in Azad Jammu and Kashmir, that was also on a mosque. I don't have so far the details because you can understand it's a ongoing situation, and we don't want to. I don't want to give you any information which is so far not credible with me. We don't have any information so far on the exact damage there. In the capital city of Azad Jammu and Kashmir, I have reports of one attack, one bomb which went on a road. However, there was another attack which happened on a mosque, and this mosque was incidentally, it was only yesterday that the Information Minister of Pakistan took the international media, the local media to this place, because there has been a long, India keeps on calling certain places, alleges them as training centers, that sometimes as launch pads. And this has been saying it for years and years. So only yesterday, the international media was taken to these alleged fake so-called places of worship or places which are known as alleged as these training centers. So this place was visited by international media just yesterday. It was there, and everybody saw it, that there were innocent people living there. There was civilian population around that. So that is the third place that they have hit. And again, there are reports of deaths over there.
Can I ask you, sir, as this, you're well aware, I don't have to tell you about the danger of further escalation, given that we're talking about India and Pakistan that have fought wars before, both of which are nations that have nuclear weapons. Where do you believe this current exchange of fire ends? What is Pakistan's intention as to how far this goes?
So this is for the politicians and diplomats. I am a military man. I'll give you the information which is in the military domain. That's not my place to comment on that. I can tell you that the armed forces of Pakistan will defend the territorial integrity, sovereignty, and honor of Pakistan at all costs.
Before we go, I wonder if I can ask about your response to India's accusations that Pakistan shared responsibility for the deadly terror attack that took place inside Indian-administered Kashmir. How does the Pakistani military respond to that accusation?
Yeah, so as you might have seen, that Pakistan's government of Pakistan in the National Security Declaration that it gave immediately afterwards, it said very clearly that Pakistan condemns terrorism in all forms and manifestation anywhere in the world. Pakistan itself is one of the biggest victims of terrorism in recent time, with thousands of people, civilians, losing their lives, hundreds of billions of dollars of damage to the economy of Pakistan. I will not go into details of the fight that Pakistan is fighting against on terrorism on daily basis. I'll just tell you that just today we lost 7 soldiers. We just lost 7 soldiers fighting against these terrorists in Balochistan. So Pakistan position on terrorism by words and by action is absolutely clear to everyone. And that is why the government of Pakistan, once these acquisitions were made, came out very clearly and cleanly that if there is any evidence, then there's a need for an internationally recognized, some transparent, third party, credible, who should take on this evidence should be provided to it, and we are ready for any sort of such investigations. And that's the stance the Prime Minister of Pakistan, the government of Pakistan took, which is a very reasonable and a very logical stance.
Well, Lieutenant General Ahmed Sharif, spokesperson for the Pakistani military, we do appreciate you giving us an update on the situation. We hope we can stay in touch during what promises to be some tense hours going forward.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
We do have some new video coming in to CNN of these attacks. Let's have a look. This was posted to social media. We're told it is from Bahawalpur in Pakistan. Of course, from the size of that explosion there, you could see it was quite a significant strike. Joining me now to help put these strikes into context, CNN military analyst Colonel Cedric Layton. Colonel, thanks so much for joining. I don't have to tell you, as a former intelligence officer, the dangers inherent in an armed conflict, an armed exchange of fire between these two nuclear armed powers. But first, I wonder if you could put into context what we have seen so far, in that India has struck not just inside Pakistan-controlled Kashmir, which of course forms the center of the disputed territories between these two nations, but also inside Pakistan itself. And hearing just then a spokesperson for the Pakistani military telling us Pakistan considers this a blatant act of war.
Yeah, Jim, this is one of the most dangerous situations that you can possibly get into between these two nuclear armed powers. And one of the things that Lieutenant General Sharif, the Pakistani spokesman, mentioned that caught my attention was the fact that he said that the Indians used standoff weapons against the Pakistani targets. So what they were doing was they were flying along the Pakistan-Indian border, according to what General Sharif was saying, and then using standoff weapons to attack targets with Pakistani territory. So that is significant. In some ways, it's sending a message that they have the offensive capability on the Indian side, but that they are holding back. They are not overflying Indian airspace, Pakistani airspace, but they are going after targets in Pakistan that they deem to be necessary. It's also interesting to note, Jim, I think that He's basically saying that no Pakistani military targets were struck. The Indians have said that he did not indicate that any of them had been struck in his conversation with you. There are other reports out there that maybe that I'm not sure that that's completely accurate. In other words, that there might be a Pakistani airbase that may have been struck, but we'll of course have to see. So it seems to me that the Indians are responding to the terrorist attack that killed 26 tourists in Kashmir, but that they are doing so in what they think is a restrained fashion. When you listen to the Pakistanis, of course, they don't see that as being restrained at all at this particular point in time.
Listen, and that of course is the difficult calculus of any situation, that one side's measured response could be seen quite differently by the other side as a major escalation. Given your noting that point about India using standoff weapons, you heard the Lieutenant General there say that Pakistan was able to shoot down 2 Indian aircraft during this operation, taking them at their word, and given that this is early on, still battle damage assessments to be done, that would then indicate significant capabilities, would it not, to shoot down Indian aircraft at a standoff distance?
Yes, it potentially would. Again, it depends on distances and it depends on a few other factors. One of the things to keep in mind is that historically the Indian Air Force has had issues with a very high accident rate. Whether or not these were actual shoot downs or mechanical malfunctions remains to be seen, and we may never know exactly which is which. But let's assume for a second that these were shoot downs. That would be a significant situation, because it would mean that the Pakistanis are using their capabilities very close to the India-Pakistan border, and they are going in a way that would allow their capabilities to actually basically blunt the Indian attack. And so if that if that bears out, then there is a chance that the Pakistanis are going to find themselves basically in a fairly equal footing, at least for the moment, against the Indian Air Force. But the preponderance of numbers, when you look at what we call the air order of battle, is definitely on India's side. It has a larger military, but this appears to be, for the moment, confined to an air war as opposed to an air and ground effort. So that could also be significant and may indicate a desire to limit the type of retaliation that India is conducting at this point.
I want to ask you, before we go, just an assessment of the military capabilities between India and Pakistan. India, of course, is a larger country. It also has a larger military than Pakistan does, although they are both nuclear armed. India's military, for instance, more than 1.5 million personnel. Pakistan, a little less than half that. India has aircraft carriers. Pakistan does not, although both, of course, do have nuclear weapons, with India perhaps having an edge. Are they mismatched partners in any potential broader military conflict?
Yeah, they definitely are. And historically, Jim, that has been the case. For the most part, India has maintained a superiority in terms of the actual weapons that it has, and in terms, like you pointed out, the actual strength of their militaries in terms of the personnel. The Indian Air Force, for example, is composed of both Russian-made and French-made assets, like the Rafale fighter jet and Mirage fighter jets. On the French-made side, they also have Russian-made jets like the Su-30. Pakistanis have a mix. They have F-16s that they got from the United States. They have some Chinese weapons. They are very capable in terms of employing these weapons, and both sides have done some extensive training with the suppliers of their arms. So they've sent pilots to France and to Russia on the Indian side, and Pakistan has sent them to the United States and to China. So in many ways, there are significant capabilities on both sides, but in terms of sheer numbers and in terms of the tactics that they use and the sophistication of their respective plans, I would have to give the edge to the Indians because they have not only honed their experience, they've also modernized their forces considerably over the last few decades, and that would mean that it would be a fairly tough road under most circumstances for the Pakistanis to actually impose significant damage on the Indian military capabilities.
Final question before we go, Cedric Leighton. In situations like this, between armed rivals, when shots are fired, military to military communications matter. They're essential because they can often prevent misinterpretation of acts and allow for communications to de-escalate. Do India and Pakistan have such active channels?
They used to, and I think the answer is that in this particular case, Jim, those channels are at the very least interrupted, if not outright broken. I don't believe that they are communicating military to military at this particular point in time, although they may be doing so at some point in the not too distant future, because I think both sides will find it in their interest to de-escalate if at all possible.
Cedric Leighton, retired colonel, thanks so much. More now on our breaking news coverage. India has launched a major military operation. It says it targeted what it calls terrorist infrastructure inside not just Pakistan-administered Kashmir, but also Pakistan itself. India says it struck 9 sites, that none of them were Pakistani military facilities. Pakistan's prime minister says his country has a right to respond, what he calls an act of war. Just a short time ago, a military spokesperson, a Pakistani military spokesperson, told me the following on the air.
Tonight, it was an unprovoked and blatant act of war. Once the Indian government, on their instructions, the Indian Air Force, while they remained within the Indian airspace, violated Pakistan's sovereignty, and they're using the standoff weapons. They have targeted civilian population across international border at 2 places, that is Muridke and Bahawalpur, and at 3 places across line of control at Muzaffarabad, Kotli and Bagh. That is in Azan, Jammu and Kashmir, which is a disputed territory. They targeted the places of worships, the mosques, the places of worships of Muslims. The Indian armed forces have martyred innocent civilians, which include women and children.
I should note that Pakistani military spokesperson also told me that Pakistani forces shot down 2 Indian aircraft during this operation, Indian military aircraft during this operation. We have not yet heard an Indian response to that claim. President Donald Trump commented on the Indian strikes just a short time ago, calling them, quote, a shame. The U.S. State Department says it is closely monitoring developments. CNN has reached out to India for additional comment. Also, we have offered them an opportunity to speak to me on the air. The Indian Ministry of Defense released a statement earlier saying, quote, these steps come in the wake of the barbaric Pahalgam terrorist attack in which 25 Indians and 1 Nepali citizen were murdered. Our actions have been focused, measured, and non-escalatory in nature. No Pakistani military facilities have been targeted. India has demonstrated considerable restraint, this statement goes on to say, in the selection of targets and the method of execution. Aparna Pandey is a research fellow at the Hudson Institute and joins me now. Aparna, this is, of course, a situation that many had feared, and that is a retaliatory attack by India for the terror attacks which India has blamed on Pakistan, and now Pakistan, of course, vowing its own response, a crushing blow, as Pakistani officials told my colleague Nick Robertson. So we are in this tit-for-tat situation. What are the dangers right now?
Thanks, Jim. I mean, if you recall a few days ago when we spoke, I had said that a punitive attack is bound to happen, and India will try to make it non-escalatory. That's what the Indian military has tried to do, and that's what the press release says. I heard the Lieutenant General, the DGISPR. I still think that, sort of it will be akin to 2019, where sort of India struck. At that time, Indian fighter jets had entered the Pakistani airspace. This time they did not. So Pakistan will respond. However, we need to wait and see how Pakistan will respond and whether it will do simply what it did in 2019, which is strike and come back. And then the 2 sides can de-escalate, or will then the Indian side respond again? If the Pakistani strike is a small strike, the Indian the Indian side can does not need to escalate it any further. Each side will get one strike, and then they can de-escalate. We have seen this film play out before, Jim. It's happened periodically.
Sure.
And I unfortunately, I think it will happen again and again, as long as there are terror strikes inside India which have any link to Pakistan.
Let me ask you this, because our Nick Robertson noted on the air that these Indian strikes did not hit just inside Pakistan-controlled Kashmir, but also inside Pakistan itself.
Yes.
How significant is that? And should we expect that Pakistan's response, which it is now vowing, might do the same in effect, and that is strike inside Indian-controlled Kashmir and India itself?
So, Jimmy, if you recall, in 2019, also India did not strike inside Pakistani-administered Kashmir. They struck in Bahawalpur was in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. So they actually crossed the Pakistani territory, stuck in Bahawalpur, and came back. So it's not different. This time, this attacking outside of Pakistani-administered Kashmir is not different. Secondly, the Muridke and Bahawalpur. Muridke is the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Taiba. Bahawalpur is the headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed. From the Indian side, they have attacked terror camps and they've attacked the headquarters of the two main terrorist groups that have targeted India and Indians. That is how the Indian side sees it. It is not targeting civilians. It is targeting terrorist headquarters, including of these two terrorist groups.
I understand that's the Indian view, but of course, as we heard on the air, you have the Pakistani military spokesperson saying that civilians, including women and children, died. And that, of course, is the danger in any exchange of fire like this between armed states, is that they will each see it differently, right? Which is exactly what we're seeing play out here.
Absolutely.
So can India credibly claim that this was a non-escalatory attack?
So in India says it has struck only the terrorist headquarters and the terror outfit, the headquarters. And everybody knows that Muridke and Bahawalpur, where they have struck, are the headquarters of Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed. Now, even if India claims that and Pakistan knows it, Pakistan may still deny it. The DGISPR made no mention of the terror groups whose locations were struck. He only spoke about women and children. So Pakistan can still claim that these were not terrorist headquarters or terrorist outfits which were targeted. They did the same in 2016 when India had done a surgical strike. They had said there are no terror camps. Pakistan's official statement is there are no terror camps inside Pakistan.
Mm-hmm. Well, listen, we can only hope for communication between the two sides to prevent this from getting hotter than it already is. Aparna Pandey, research fellow at the Hudson Institute. I'm sure it's not the last time we talk about this. Thanks so much for joining.
Thank you.
Well, joining me now from New Delhi in India is the journalist Vedika Sood. Vedika, thanks so much for joining. I wonder if you could describe the politics of this attack inside India right now. Where is the Indian public as it stands with regard to Indian military action inside Pakistan? Do they welcome it? Do they support it?
Yeah, Jim, when this attack took place about 15 days back inside Indian-administered Kashmir, ever since the Indian Prime Minister, his government, and the people of India have been talking about quote-unquote revenge. The Indian Prime Minister had come out himself to say that we will pursue these people to the ends of earth. Only 2 days ago, the Defense Minister of India, Rajnath Singh, had come out and said, we know what you want, and under the leadership of the Prime Minister, you will get that. But he didn't expand further. The public rhetoric has been very high on, avenging the deaths, the brutal massacre of 26 tourists, of which 25 were Indians. Now, if you remember, in the year 2019, the Indian Prime Minister, under his leadership, had withdrawn the special status that Kashmir had enjoyed for decades. He took that back and had promised that he will bring peace back to the valley. And then you had some attacks happening, militant attacks happening in Kashmir, but nothing as big as what you saw in April, in the third week of April, which was the massacre of these tourists. So it was incumbent in many ways on the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi to take action, and action that he has been promising over the last 3 weeks. In terms of the Indian media, there have been many news channels who've come out asking for military action. In terms of the public, the sentiment has been very supportive of the Indian government's promise to take that action, which we've seen in the dead of night tonight. This is something that was expected largely, and I say this purely because in 2016 and in 2019, when there were terror attacks in Indian-administered Kashmir, the Indian government did strike back, like Aparna said, within 11 and 13 days. And we're talking about the 15th day today, going into the 16th day.
Right.
So yes, this was expected. The public sentiment has been with the Indian government to avenge, quote unquote, the deaths of the Indians, because even experts have said this, Jim, and this is something that I know as a journalist being on the ground for almost 2 decades. It's an unstated fact that you don't attack tourists in Kashmir, because that does impact the local people also. So
Understood, but I should note,
this
that
was expected, Jim.
I know it was expected. The question is, what are the consequences here? As you know, Pakistan, the Pakistani government, denied any involvement in those terror attacks or any support for, and they say that while there were ties in the past between government agencies and some of these militant terrorist groups, that they no longer exist. How is that claim, that defense, received in India? Do Indian officials, does the Indian public find that credible?
Not at all. In fact, many would say it's an open secret that Pakistan, and I'm talking about the Indian sentiment purely here, and the Indian government's reaction, or what they feel and what they've stated in the past, that it's an open secret that Pakistan harbors militants. So this is something that India has believed for very long. If you remember the Mumbai terror attacks, there was a dossier sent with evidence from India to the Pakistani government, but little or no action was taken because the Pakistani government came back saying that they do not harbor terrorists in Pakistan. So this has been the claim by Pakistan over and over again. Whichever attacks you talk about in India, where India has claimed the hand of Pakistan-sponsored terrorists is a claim, and the term that they usually use, Pakistan has usually come back with a complete denial. So this is something that India was expecting even after they put out a statement claiming that it was all because of Pakistan sponsoring terrorism that this attack took place in Pehlg on the 22nd of April. And ever since, we have been seeing a lot of meetings that the Indian Prime Minister has been holding here in India, back-to-back meetings, Jim, with the military heads, with the heads of government, with security heads over the last 14 days. He's been extremely busy. And that was one indication, if I may, that something was cooking, something was about to happen. And given, like I said, that there were strikes in the past by the Indian military in Pakistan-administered Kashmir in 2016 and 2019, a military offensive, a military attack was expected. At what scale is something that we would obviously not be aware of, because everything was decided behind closed doors. In terms of what the impact of this would be, well, you've heard from the Pakistani side already, but India, of course, is going to be on high alert for weeks to come. And also what's interesting is on Wednesday, which is, it's about 3:45 here in the morning in India, in New Delhi, but today the Indian government had asked all states and federally administered territories in India to prepare for security drills. This is something which is very rare as a directive. It's not happened in the last 2 to 3 decades that there has been a sweeping directive by the Indian government to hold security drills across India. So that is what India will wake up to as well, along with this news of the military strikes by the Indian side in Pakistan and Pakistan-administered Kashmir.
Yes. And of course, the news is we were told by a Pakistani military spokesperson a short time ago that Pakistani forces shot down 2 Indian aircraft during this attack. We're waiting for an Indian government comment on that. Thanks to Vidika Sood, who joined us there from New Delhi. Joining us now, Tanvi Madan, Senior Fellow at the Brookings Institution. Thanks so much for joining. I've covered a number of these before, and I'm sure you have witnessed similar exchanges like this before between India and Pakistan, 2019, 2016, going back to the 2000s. And at points during these military engagements, there have been concerns about escalation right up to and including a nuclear exchange. We're not there yet. However, the concern, as always, the fear is, how do you put a lid on a cycle of attacks and retaliatory attacks? Where do we stand now? And do you see Pakistan with the ability here to respond in kind, but not in such a way that it leads to a broader military conflict?
I think that is going to be the effort, Jim, on the part of a number of countries who are now going to intervene with Pakistan, calling them up using various sources. You will see the Brits probably do this from Washington, of course, perhaps calls from senior government officials here, as well as not just the Saudi Arabian officials, but the UAE potentially as well. They would also suspect that China as well is going to be in close contact with Pakistan. But part of what we don't know is in 2019, China was not as helpful as they've been in the past to de-escalate the situation. The effort will be on the part of everybody to try to either get Pakistan not to respond, but thinking that that's going to be unlikely, to at least get them to respond in a way that is not escalatory, but is kind of in a way that satisfies the public, but not, for example, strike Indian military targets.
Now, I mean, one could say that was already the situation with India, right? Because the feeling in India, as we just heard from the New Delhi-based journalist, was that India had to respond to these terrorist attacks that took place inside India-administered Kashmir. India is describing its response as focused, measured, and non-escalatory in nature. However, it did attack both inside Pakistan-controlled Kashmir and inside Pakistan itself. And I wonder, does that allow for a measured response from Pakistan?
I think there will be a lot of pressure on the Pakistani establishment, particularly the military leadership, to respond in kind. Having said that, even Pakistan does not want an all-out war. Neither does India. At the end of the day, both countries have a lot to lose. Pakistan on its economic side, it's also facing strategic headwinds from a number of countries and adversaries. So neither side wants this to go beyond the point. One unknown in this is we have a very different Pakistani military chief, army chief this time than in 2019. General Bajwa was not considered as assertive as General Munir, the current army chief. And so that's something to watch. But I think this is why you will have a number of countries weighing in with Pakistan right now to ensure that it doesn't, that reaction is measured to the extent possible.
And the question will be, does that encouragement, does it work? Tanvi Madan from the Brookings Institution, thanks so much for joining.
Thanks, Jim.
So, breaking news that we bring to your attention this evening. India's armed forces says it's carried out precision strikes in Pakistan and Pakistan-administered Kashmir. In a statement, it says 9 sites were targeted. It follows 2 weeks ago an attack on tourists in Indian-administered Kashmir, which left 26 people dead. Over the last 2 weeks, India and Pakistan have engaged in various bellicose acts, both verbal, diplomatic, trade and travel restrictions. There's been water treaty suspensions between the two, between India and Pakistan. And the statement, and things have been deteriorating more. Nick Robertson is with me. We've got a statement there. Before I come to you, Nick, the statement says from India says, these steps come in the wake of the barbaric Phalagam terrorist attack in which 25 Indians, one Nepalese citizen were murdered. According to the India's Ministry of Defense, it refers to the attack. Of course, Nick Robertson is with me. Nick, good evening, good morning to you. The Indians also say our actions have been focused, measured, and non-escalatory. No military Pakistani facilities have been targeted. It says India has demonstrated considerable restraint in the selection of targets, etc., etc. But Nick, the mere fact that India has taken military action against Pakistan and Pakistan administered Kashmir is a massive escalation, even though it was expected.
It's a huge escalation, Richard. It is the very early hours of the morning here. The information coming in is sketchy, but it does seem to run in par with what India is saying about hitting that number of different locations inside Pakistan and Pakistan-administered Kashmir. Now, from the Pakistan perspective, they had never accepted India's allegation that Pakistan was behind that attack that killed 26 civilians. Officials that I've talked to here, senior security officials, very senior security officials, have all said exactly the same thing, that as a matter of military doctrine, without any shadow of a doubt, if India strikes Pakistan, Pakistan will strike back. And the way that they would strike back would depend the way that they were struck. And the fact that it is not just Pakistan-administered Kashmir that has been struck, it is Pakistan proper that has been struck. That is a massive, massive escalation at this time. Really, we need to wait until we get more information and more details available to us. But the indication at the moment is this is on the extreme level of the sort of response that Pakistan was expecting. Pakistan had expected a response, had said they'd expected an attack. They had indicated that they thought a week ago that an attack had been planned but didn't take place. That was the information that they were saying. They couldn't provide full details to sort of support that. However, they were expecting this moment.
I get the sort of feeling here that we're heading into obviously an element of tit for tat, and one's done one now, one than the others. But at what point will both sides be looking for that common, all right, you've done your bit, we've done our bit, we don't want it to escalate any further than that. To use a horrible phrase, honor's been served on both sides.
The conversations that I've had have indicated that from a Pakistani perspective, if there was a strike and they did, and from India, and they did respond, then for them that would be it. But now Pakistan has to calculate the nature of its response in the light of the fact, as I say again, that they have struck Pakistan proper, which was at the extreme end. So this is what diplomats have been worrying about. Will, as you say, honor have been served? And I think at the moment that question is very, very hard to judge.
If we go back to the original horrific murders, 25 Indians and the Nepalese, the Indians essentially say that the Pakistani were either involved or complicit, despite whatever rebel group there might have been involved in this. To that extent, can we attribute, how much can we attribute to what India says as being valid?
Well, if you were to ask Pakistani officials, security officials, and I have senior security officials, they would say no. They would say India's allegations that they were behind and complicit with these groups might have held water several decades ago, but they say they don't support those groups. In fact, they would say that one of the groups that India appears to link to the attack is under house arrest in Pakistan. They would say that there was no interest in them doing this because it doesn't serve them. They're fighting an insurgency on their western border, and to have to pull their forces to the east to face India is counter to that. They would say that their economy has been improving and that they wouldn't want the economy to be dragged down by a conflict. So these are the things that officials have been saying to me when I asked them about India's allegations.
Nick Robertson, I'm grateful. Thank you, Nick Robertson. Very late night, early morning, and obviously you've got many more hours ahead. We'll leave you to get on with your news gathering duties. Thank you, sir. Cressween's business. We'll have more in just a moment. Breaking news to bring to your attention. India says it has launched a military operation against 9 sites in Pakistan and Pakistan-administered Kashmir. These are, well, I mean, you can't really tell much from these pictures, but they are from the scene. And I'm told that there are pictures of explosions, but we'll obviously need to sharpen up the pictures in the hours ahead. And we'll see to them. Shashank Goyal is the International Security Director at the Asia Pacific Foundation. I'm guessing no one is surprised by what's happened, and everybody is horrified by it. One and the same thing because of the escalation and what it portends.
Well, Richard, you're absolutely right. No one was surprised. The question wasn't if it was going to